Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. May of 1994, Union County, Georgia. It was a warm night with that damp mountain smell that sits low to the ground after the sun drops. I was walking back with a friend to his place after a short night hike, the kind where you don't even turn on a flashlight because you know the road by heart, and his porch light glows like a dim star through the trees. The road was red clay and gravel, carved between a ditch on one side and a rise where the trees crowd the edge. You could hear bugs buzzing and the occasional whip poor will. There was no wind, just our shoes scuffing and the little tapping sounds of the 5 chow-chows trotting back and forth between us. He always let those dogs run loose near the house. Chow-chows looked like plush toys, but they're guard dogs at heart. Big, blocky heads, blue-black tongues, those heavy coats that make their paws thud more than tap. I remember thinking how calm everything felt. His place sits off a dirt road not far from Wolf Pen Gap if you cut through the back way. You could smell the clay, the hint of pine. It wasn't dead dark, more like the world was dimmed and muffled. No other houses nearby, no cars. It was late, around 10 or maybe a little after, and we were just talking about nothing. A few days before that night, something had gotten into his chicken coop. He'd shown me the mess that afternoon. Wire peeled back on one corner like someone had just grabbed and bent it. Feathers stuck in the twist of metal, a feeder knocked over, and the scratching circles in the dirt from something pacing. A couple of birds gone, not a single stray feather trail leading off, just gone. He'd said the dogs had tangled with something near the back edge of the property one night that week. They came back with burrs in their coats, and that wired look dogs get when they know they should have won but didn't. We chalked it up to a big stray the first time he told me, but he didn't sound convinced. He was jumpy about it. He kept saying, "They know the woods better than me." There's an old story about a guy seeing a big hairy thing near Wolfpen Gap, and I'd heard it told in that half-joking way people use when they want to get a laugh and also want to put something down between the words. I didn't think much of it. I'd never had a reason to. That night, we were coming up a slight bend, ditch to our right, trees tight to the road. The chow-chows were ahead, 2 in front, 3 between us, their tails held high. The house was still far enough that the porch light was just a faint smudge through the trunks. Out of nowhere, up ahead, and a little to the right, there was a hard snap, not like a twig under a squirrel, not a soft crack. It was like something heavy pushing through and breaking a branch at shoulder height. The sound carried from up the rise, inside the tree line, maybe 90 meters ahead. He moved first. His head whipped toward the sound, and then he was just gone, sprinting, breath punching out in panicked bursts. He yelled for me to run, not a full sentence, more a barked order, then his back was already shrinking into the dim. I locked up. My whole body did that thing where your muscles are ready to go, but your mind just holds you there. I swear I felt the 5 seconds tick. It was a strange, slow slice of time. In that pause, I saw it. A shape peeled out of the dark at the top of the little bank. It wasn't dramatic. 1 second, the trees were just trees. The next second, there was a dark form where there hadn't been one. It stepped down the slope like we'd step off a curb. No wobble, no arms pinwheeling for balance. It crossed the ditch in one stride and put a foot in the gravel of the road. And my brain said, person, because that's what 2 legs and a torso do to your brain. But the right parts didn't line up. It was big, first off. Not cartoon big, not a giant out of a movie, just big in the way you feel in your gut when something could pick you up. Wide across the chest, heavy in the shoulders, the kind of build that doesn't need to puff to look solid. The arms hung long, the head was forward a bit, like the upper back was doing work. The hair wasn't long and flowing. It looked coarse, matted in places, dark. What made my stomach drop was the way it moved. A person on a slope leans. They feel cautious. This thing came down steady and confident, as if it lived on the edges of roads and banks all its life. It stepped into the middle of the road and made a sound. I can hear it if I close my eyes. It wasn't a roar or a scream. It was short, a chested grunt, like someone coughed without opening their mouth. A hard, huh, more air than voice, but dense, like it came from deep in a barrel of ribs. It was so simple, but it hit me in the sternum and snapped whatever held me in place. It was not a threat display. It wasn't huffing like a bear. It was more like, I'm here. I don't know how else to say it. That single sound made me feel as small as a child. My body finally connected to my legs and I ran. My chest knotted instantly, like someone pulled a strap tight around me. My breath went thin and loud in my own ears. The gravel shifted under my shoes and threw pebbles. I could feel the small rocks ping the sides of my calves as I kicked them up. I wasn't looking back. I didn't have to until I did, because the dogs exploded past me. They came from behind my knees at a blur, all 5 of them, just a streak of tan and red and that signature tail curve. They didn't even glance at me. It wasn't the happy, sloppy run I knew. They were low to the ground, moving like arrows. They shot straight for the place where the thing had stepped onto the road. For half a second, the road felt clear again, because those dogs sounded like an army. And then the noise started. I've heard big dogs fight. I grew up around farm dogs that scrap. This wasn't that. There was the messy chaos of dogs, barking, yiping, claws on leaves, but behind it was a heavier sound, deep and steady, like a machine running under a pile of rags. It wasn't a bear's huff. It wasn't a boar. I know feral hogs. They jabber and screech and churn. This was more like a freight rumble wrapped into a voice. Then came a squeal from one of the chow-chows that cut clean through me. That thin knife sound a dog makes when it realizes it's hurt, and my whole torso went cold. I didn't stop. I wanted to, which is the worst part to admit. I wanted to turn and help those dogs. Every part of me said I should. Instead, my body kept going because some other part of me said I couldn't do anything about what was in that ditch. I could hear brush crashing, something big plowing, not fast, just forcing its way. There was another grunt, not like the first, more effort in it, like it had to actually push out a breath. The dogs broke into different pitches, one deeper, one frantic and high, and then an awful second of silence. And then the skitter and scramble of dogs breaking away. I was almost to the driveway by then. The gravel there is bigger, and I slid a little on it and hit the grass of the yard. The porch light threw a weak yellow over the lawn and did nothing for the road. My friend was in the yard, bent over, hands on his knees, then waving his arms and shouting for the dogs. He'd lost one sandal and didn't seem to know. They came back like they had been scalded. All 5, one after another, low to the ground, tails tucked, mouths open in that pant that isn't from heat but full panic. They did not even glance at the porch for kudos. They ran under it. You could hear their nails scraping as they wedged themselves under the skirting. One limped, front left paw held high, hopping. Another had a strip of fur out near the back hip, like something had grabbed and pulled. You know how dogs shake off after water? Not one of them did that. They shook their heads instead, obsessively, and made those throaty whines that come from way down. The tough one, the male that always played sheriff, wouldn't even look toward the road. If you tried to point him, he flattened himself on the deck boards. It was like the word had passed among them. Do not. We stood there just breathing hard and listening. The night felt like someone had turned down the volume on the insects. It wasn't totally silent, but it was like the forest had leaned back. I tried to swallow, and my mouth was chalk. I could taste the dust from the road. My hands were shaking, and I hadn't noticed until they were right there in front of the light, trembling like an old person's. I fumbled the flashlight by the door. It took me a second to realize I was moving slow because I didn't want to make a large sound. That's a detail that stuck with me. The weird discipline of fear, how it makes you careful with even a latch. We didn't go back to the road. We walked along the porch edge, and I swung the light at the tree line anyway. The beam caught the ditch, a mess of bent roadside grass and torn kudzu vines where something had come through. I saw the place in the gravel where a heavier shape had stepped and scuffed, a spot where the stone was pushed hard enough that the red clay showed in a slur. If there were prints, they weren't clean, it was too churned. My heart wanted a clear footprint we could look at and say, "See, it's bare. See, it's nothing." There was no neat answer in the beam, just damage and dark. If there was a smell, it wasn't riotous. Some folks talk about a stink. I caught something like wet dog and damp leaves and that rank of crushed plant when something big sits on it. But my brain was stuck on the sound of that grunt. It replayed like it wanted to make sure I kept the exact texture of it. Short, controlled, not a warning, not a plea. Present. It sounds ridiculous when I write it down, but it's true. The sound felt like being noticed. We ended up inside, not so much deciding as just finding ourselves there. He shut the door and locked it, which he never did when we were home. We left the porch light on. The dogs would not come in. Normally, you crack the door and they swarm, pushing their shoulders to be first, but not that night. They stayed under there and whined and scraped. Every time a floorboard creaked, one of them gave a tiny huff from under the house, like a noise you make when you're crying and trying not to. We stood in the kitchen. There's a window over the sink that faces the driveway. The thin curtains hung still. We didn't turn on many lights. He kept rubbing the inside of his forearm over and over until the skin went red. I checked my watch without meaning to and couldn't read the face in the dim. It was later than I thought. The quiet stretched. Somewhere up in the holler, an owl called once, then nothing. Every dozen seconds or so, one of us would crane our necks like we might hear feet. The house ticked from cooling after the day. That's when the old story dropped into my head, the one about a guy near Wolf Pen Gap. I remembered a phrase, something about a tall thing stepping out like it owned the road. I used to roll my eyes at that line because it sounded practiced. After what I had just seen, I knew exactly what he meant. That step, whoever that guy was talking about, I saw it. The ease of it, the confidence. We opened the back door again after a while, both of us holding our breath like that would make us invisible. The yard didn't look different, but felt different. The way a room feels with someone standing behind you that you can't see. I played the flashlight into the trees again, and then up the road. The beam didn't find anything except the same torn plants and that churned gravel patch. No eye shine, no antlers, no heavy shape sliding off into the deeper dark. Nothing moved. After all that noise, after the worst sounds I've heard dogs make, everything had gone still, the way it only does when the mother of all predators is gone, or when it's standing perfectly still, holding its breath like we were. I don't know which possibility made me sicker. We didn't talk about calling anyone. There's no number to call for. A big thing just grunted at me and stepped into the road, and my dogs got worked. And I'll be honest, saying it out loud in that moment felt like it might invite it closer. The idea of a human out there didn't stick. A person doesn't cross that ditch in one step and stand like that. A person doesn't make a sound that tight and heavy. A bear doesn't stand upright the whole time and keep its balance on rip-rap gravel like a dancer. I've seen black bears here. The shoulders roll different. They pivot and drop. This thing kept all its weight under it like it was built to. At some point, the chow-chow with the sore paw eased himself up the steps and scratched the door, just once, very light. He limped inside with his head down. I knelt and felt along his leg. There was a nick near the pad, not deep, and I could feel swelling setting in. He tolerated the touch because he was so tired. There were no deep gouges, no gashes like a boar would give. It was more like he'd been hit or shoved. The others hovered in the doorway, then slid under the kitchen table and lay there stacked like a furry barricade. None of them faced the door, every nose pointed inward. Dogs don't do that unless they're done for the night. We didn't sleep right away. We sat with our backs to the wall and listened. There were a couple of small pops from the woods like branches settling, and then later a single thump from somewhere close that I felt more than heard. It might have been a deer bounding. It might have been anything, but my entire body braced and waited for the grunt again, for the sound of that presence claiming the middle of the road. It didn't come back. Before that night, if someone had asked me, I would have said black bear, stray dogs, maybe a person messing around. After that night in Union County, the list of maybes got shorter and stranger. The image that won't leave me is not dramatic. It's that step down the bank and the way it took the road without hurry, like roads were things it knew and didn't care about. I think about the chicken coop with the wire bent back like a lazy hand, and the dogs coming home that week looking ashamed. And I line it all up, and I still can't find the human reason in it. I know what I saw wasn't a bear. I know what I saw wasn't a man. The grunt was the worst part, because it wasn't a noise for show. It was like a sentence in a language I should know and don't. It hit me in the chest and told my legs to move, and they did. I didn't look back until the dogs ran, and by then I wasn't going to be brave again until morning. If you ask what happened right at the end, there isn't an ending that satisfies. The dogs stopped crying after a while. The bugs came back to their volume. We stayed awake later than we wanted, waiting. The house never felt smaller. At some point my ears hurt from listening. I stepped out once more and stood under the porch light and looked at the dust motes turning lazy in the beam. And there was nothing to see but our driveway and the strip of road we could claim. The tree line was a blank line. No footprints I could cast, no clear track to show anyone, just torn brush and the clear memory of mass moving where mass shouldn't. That's how it finished. 1 second, the night was full of that fight sound, and the next, it was like something had put a hand over the whole scene and muffled it, then lifted it away. I'm left with the grunt, that one step, the dogs quitting. I can't explain it any better than that, and I don't think I ever will. Story 2. July 30th, 1996, Heard County, Georgia. I remember the heat like it had weight. The kind of late July humidity that sticks to your forearms and makes the truck bench feel slick. We were pulling out of the Yellow Jacket Creek Park after a night on the water, me driving, my 17-year-old in the middle, Bud on the passenger side. The boat was hooked up behind us, straps tight, motor trimmed and wrapped. The back of the truck smelled like wet rope and fish slime and the sweet, plasticky smell of life jackets that haven't fully dried. It was quiet out there in the way it gets quiet after midnight in a place with no houses, just insects droning and a frog somewhere, and the soft clunk from the trailer when it hit a seam in the pavement. It was around 1 in the morning. We weren't in any hurry. I had the headlights on low because there's that stretch near the park entrance where you come up on a couple of tight bends and the sign for the bridge. 2-lane road, white line crisp, and the shoulder narrow, ditch on the right with a tangle of brush and skinny pines. No moonlight I can remember, just the yellow wash of halogen on asphalt and my wipers twitching every minute because they were set low and the windshield had a smear that was bothering me. We'd run jugs and fished a little for base, nothing heroic, just enough to make the cooler slosh with a couple of catfish. My son was half asleep in the middle, leaning against the seatbelt, the lid of the cooler digging into his knee because we'd stuffed it between our feet. Bud had his elbow on the window lip and was quiet, which is unusual for him, eyes on the dark off to the right, tapping a finger to some song only he could hear. Right before the park sign, the shoulder widens a hair. My lights slide along the grass, and then something was there. It was just an outline at first, a tan shape in the beam on the right side of the road, up where the gravel bleaches out to dirt. The thought that hit, automatic, simple, was deer. Bud said deer at the exact same time I was thinking it, more a breath than a word. I took my foot off the gas without even thinking and started to cover the brake because the last thing I wanted was a doe launching in front of the truck with the boat behind. But then my brain caught up and adjusted because it wasn't right. It was too tall and the movement didn't match. With deer, you see the head pop up or the intake of their legs ready to spring. This thing was upright, not rearing like a bear does for a look, standing. It was walking along the shoulder, right where the grass gives way to that packed mix of red clay and gravel people pull onto when they want to let someone pass. Long steps, not rushed, arms down by its sides. The top of it cleared my hood line by a lot. I could feel that more than measure it. I know where the street signs hit in my lights, and this came up past them. It had that same tan as a deer's coat under my lights, not the deep black people like to talk about, more like the color of old wood and summer grass, with darker across the crown of the head and down the back of the neck. I kept easing the brake. The trailer did that little push you feel when the tongue's heavy, a nudge through the hitch into the truck, the boat straps knocked twice on the hull. My son sat up straight, forcing his shoulder against my arm. All of us were looking at the same spot now. There was no other traffic, just us. The thing kept pace along the right edge like it had business along that lane, and then, as we drew even with it, it angled down like it was choosing a place and stepped into the ditch. The step is burned into me. It didn't stumble on the lip or pick its way. It placed a long foot down into that shallow, weed-choked ditch, and then the other. And as it dipped, it lifted its right arm up, reached out, and took hold of a branch from a sapling and pulled it in front of its face. It wasn't a panicked flail. It was a deliberate reach. Hand up, fingers around the branch bent, leaves shook, and it brought it across like a screen, like a person with a magazine in front of a nose. It kept still. Not frozen like it thought it was stone, but still in that way of someone not wanting their face in a camera. I can't explain how wrong that hit me. I didn't expect it to do anything at all except maybe bolt. Covering its face like that turned my stomach over because it was such a human idea done with a body that wasn't human. All I could think was, it doesn't want the lights in its eyes. And that led straight to, it knows the lights are eyes to us. We were close enough to see more than silhouettes by then, thanks to the way the beam cut across the ditch. People like to say you don't see details when you're scared. I saw too much. The chest wasn't a barrel like a bear. It was flattish, wide, showing ribs when it turned a hair toward the branch. Not gaunt ribs, just the suggestion of them under hair when it inhaled. The hair wasn't uniform. On the upper arms and the outside of the thighs it hung a little longer, patchy in places like the ends were a tad matted, and then it smoothed to a shorter coat over the torso that reminded me exactly of deer hair. Short, coarse-looking, lying flat. The legs, God, the legs, were thick in the thighs, and then tapered down into knees that seemed low compared to a man's, and the arms hung too, almost there. It didn't have a neck the way we do. Its head sat nested down into trap muscles, and the top of the head was darker, like the hair there was denser. The face was in shadow because of the branch, and that was part of why the whole thing felt like it had thought the same way I would about glare. My son was talking but quiet, more a rush of words, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. He kept shifting, because from the middle seat he had to lean past me to see the ditch, and I didn't want the truck to drift. Bud had one hand on the door, like he was bracing for something. He said something under his breath that I won't pretend sounded brave. And then, barely loud enough for me to hear, he said, werewolf. Not like he believed it, but because that was the only word he could find that matched the wrongness in the proportions. It wasn't a wolf. It wasn't anything. I had slowed to a crawl by then, without meaning to. The boat bumped us again. I remember seeing the texture of the bark on that sapling and the way the leaves were flipped on the branch where it had pulled them, the undersides pale in the light. The creature's hand was big around the branch, I can't tell you if the nails were long or what the exact shape of the palm was. It was hair and then skin you could only get a feel for in the gaps. But I saw the muscle in the forearm move when it pulled the branch under hair. That detail is one of those things you don't make up. There was nothing clumsy in the movement. It did it with care, covering its face because of us. My son never got a clean look at the head. He kept saying later he had the angle wrong, and then it was gone. From where I sat, I could see just enough to hate it. The head had a shape that wasn't round and wasn't like a gorilla even. It came up to a kind of peak. Not a cartoon cone, just like the skull went higher toward the back than my brain wanted it to. The hair at the nape was darker and thick. There was no shine from eyes back at us because the branch did its job. It was smart enough, or used to this routine enough, to shield. We rolled past. I didn't stop. I didn't have it in me to put my foot down on the brake and sit there. Every animal I know either runs or stands for a second before it does. This one did something else. It hid its face like a child. That bothered me more than if it had bared teeth or pounded its chest. You can rationalize a bluff. You can rationalize an animal spooked by light. It's a lot harder to file away a hand covering a face. As we drew level with it, I glanced across the ditch and had a clean line. And that's when I saw the ribs again, not sticking out, just there in a way you see on something powerful that isn't fat. The thighs were carved. That's the only way I can put it without sounding dramatic. The movement of the muscles under hair was clear. The skin under the hair was a shade darker than I'd have guessed. Not pink like us. It didn't stink. People always ask that. Maybe the windows were up enough. Maybe the wind was wrong. All I got was the smell of the truck and the lake and hot brake pad. The road over the creek has a guardrail that starts right after where we saw it. I was conscious of that rail because if it decided to step out, there was nowhere for me to go but into it or into the ditch on my left. I kept the truck straight and tried to keep my hands from overcorrecting. The wheel was slick under my palms. My back was cold with sweat. Every hair on my arms stood up like I'd walked under a power line. We passed, and I checked the mirror. The trailer blocked a lot, but I saw motion, a shifting of leaves and the branch easing back up. That was it. No lunge, no pursuit, no second act where it charges the road, just the branch lifting like a curtain and then the dark taking its place again. Bud exhaled hard only then, like he'd been underwater. My son said he didn't see the head and then asked, "What was that?" Like he was hoping I'd say, "A tall guy in a ghillie suit." Anything that would fit in a world where we were just driving home. I kept the truck at a steady creep until we were past the guardrail and then eased back up to normal. Normal felt like a joke word at that point. There weren't any other cars. There was no one to flash, no one to wave down, no sign to point at. Just the reflection of our lights on the sign for the park shrinking in the mirror and the sound of the trailer bouncing steady again as the road smoothed out. The part that stayed with me wasn't the size, even though it was huge. It was the way it tried not to be seen by covering the face. I know how that sounds typed out. It sounds like assigning too much to a wild thing. But if you'd been me, if you'd seen the choice it made, arm up, branch across, hold still, you'd feel it too. It didn't hide its body, it hid its face. Like it had learned that's the part that gives you away. Maybe it thought if it couldn't see us, we couldn't see it. That silly child logic in a frame that could break the truck window with a flick if it wanted to. I've seen black bears on their hind legs. I've come around corners on logging roads and had them look at me and drop to all fours and bound off. Their shoulders move like a four-legged animal. A man that size doesn't exist in regular life. A man that size doesn't move like that either, and no man I've ever seen has arms that hang to his knees. I looked for the seam, costume, prank, anything. There was no seam. The skin and the hair and the muscle were one thing. We didn't talk much for a few miles. The cooler knocked once against the glove box with a hollow thump, and it made me jump. My son's hand was on my forearm. He had goosebumps even though the air was thick and warm. Bud kept looking back at the right side of the road, like it might appear again walking along the fence line, and we all listened too hard to the night, like maybe we'd hear it breathing. Nothing. Just cicadas up in the pines and the low hiss of tire on warm asphalt. We didn't turn around, and we didn't pull over and go back with high beams and a camera. This isn't a movie. People love to say what they would do in a comment. I'm telling you what we did. We kept the truck straight and steady and got distance. I was keenly aware of the weight of the boat behind us and how fast I could stop if something else stepped out. My legs were tight all the way up into my stomach. My chest hurt in that way you get after a scare, where the muscles don't unclench. A couple miles down, I rolled my shoulders and felt the fabric of my shirt stick to my back and then peel off. I remember passing the small pull-off where people park to walk down to the creek and thinking how often I'd let my son run down there with a pole ahead of me. The memory made my jaw hurt from clenching it. It wasn't that I suddenly thought the woods were haunted. It was that I knew there was a size of thing in there with hands that think to pull a branch up when headlights hit them. By the time we hit the main road and the wider lanes, the truck's dash lights felt too bright. I turned them down. My son asked again, more quietly, what we'd seen, but his voice had the tone he uses when he already knows there isn't an answer I can give that fits in a neat box. Bigfoot is a word people throw around to get laughs or arguments. I'd always kept it in that category, something other folks in other places talked about. It didn't feel like a word in a fight anymore. It felt like a label slapped on something that had just lifted a branch in front of its face to avoid our beams by Yellow Jacket Creek in Herd County while we towed a boat and tried to be normal. We rolled into the dark. Like any other drive home, the frogs picked up again somewhere down in a low spot. The trailer made a dry squeak with every rise and fall. My hands were steady by the time we hit town, but I kept seeing the simple bend of that sapling in the light, the leaves shining pale, the big arm behind them. That mental clip kept looping. Arm up, branch across, still. No roar, no dash, just that. And then we were past, and it was over. That's how it ended. No proof, no photo, no plaster cast, just that weirdly careful gesture and the way my body dropped temperature in a humid Georgia night. The three of us experienced the same event and walked away with slightly different pieces of it. Bud found a word he didn't believe in and used it because he didn't have another. My son didn't see the head and has to just live with my description. Me, I'm stuck on the moment it hit its face like that would make it invisible. We drove on. The branch fell back, the ditch filled up with dark again. And there's nothing I can offer you beyond that one clean image and the way it felt. Like we'd stared across a ditch at something that didn't want to be made a thing under our light. Then it was gone, and I don't have an explanation I trust even now. Story 3. June 15th, 1997, White County, Georgia. I can tell you exactly how the air felt because it's still in my body when I think about it, wet and cool after the afternoon storm. That clean pine smell with a sour note from damp leaves breaking down. We had been climbing at Raven Cliffs for a couple of days, and the rain pushed us off the rock and into Helen earlier that day to dry out, eat something greasy, and wait it out. By late evening, the sky cleared up. There was enough blue between the gray that we decided to head back in, instead of paying for a room. It felt like a good idea then. It didn't later. We left the paved road at the trailhead and walked in with our packs, crossed that big dirt berm they use to keep vehicles out, and followed a faint footpath off to the side because we wanted to be away from the main trail and away from any other people. The ground was soft from the rain, pine needles slick on top and black mud underneath in low spots. We were careful not to track up the whole spot, just an old habit from camping a lot. You can hear Dodd Creek down in the trees from there when it's quiet, just a low, constant noise. Mosquitoes weren't bad yet. Gnats, though, they were in our eyes. There was a little clearing off the path with an old fire ring. Not a perfect circle of stones you'd brag about. just a rough ring with char piled up and a long downed log off to one side where people like to sit. The log was spongy on the top if you pressed it, flakes of punkwood under your fingers. We threw our hammocks and tents down on the dry part of the clearing without setting anything up because the sky looked clean. That's dumb, I know. But when the weather breaks like that and it's warm, you take the easy option. We were tired and lazy from wet climbing and bad food. My shoulders ached the way they do after a day of overhanging stuff. I had chalk dust packed under my nails mixed with grit. The little metal on my rack was still damp and looked dull. We ate standing up, cold leftovers and a couple of crushed granola bars, and I remember thinking the old fire ring looked like it had been used earlier in the week. There was a half-burnt stick with a melted marshmallow blackened on it. It was that kind of detail you only notice because you're looking for a place to set your cooking cup and don't want it tipping into the ash. We laid out pads and bags on the side of the log, away from the trail, left the tent fly rolled up and stuck our boots under the edge of the log to keep the dew off. Lights went off early. The sky was that finished dusk, where you can still see the trees as outlines, but the stars aren't punched out yet. I lay on my back and listened. After a storm, the woods breathe. You get those drips that keep falling long after the last rain passes, pocking the leaves and hitting the duff with little thuds. There was one faint whippoorwill and a frog down in the low place. The rest was a soft, even hush. I trusted that sound. It felt normal. About half an hour after we settled, it started. It wasn't dramatic. It was small at first, left side of the clearing. If you've camped a lot, you know the inventory of forest sounds. This was a drag and a plant noise, like something moving through the top layer of leaves and pine needles on elbows and knees, or slowly, keeping low. It came, stopped, came again. Not the fast little hopper sound squirrels make, not the quick scratching a mouse does. This was slower and heavier, but low to the ground. I propped up on one elbow and listened. My brain threw out raccoon. It threw out armadillo. Those are the things that creep. I wanted it to be one of those. I told myself it was one of those. I shifted my sleeping bag to raise my head, and I could hear my own nylon making too much noise, so I stopped moving. The drag stopped when we shifted. Then there was quiet. I waited for the normal woods noises to swallow it and make it go away. It didn't go away. You can tell when an animal pauses versus when it breaks and runs. Nothing ran. It was like something flattened out and went still, waiting us out. I stared at the left edge of the clearing, where the dark got heavy past the last of the low scrub. I couldn't see anything. I told myself I didn't see anything because there was nothing there. The first sound that really cut me came a few minutes later. It started as a grunt, like someone clearing their throat from the chest with their mouth closed. It had weight in it. It came from further out than the creeping, maybe 50 to 100 yards, down toward where the creek bends. That grunt rolled up into a scream that I don't have a clean category for. It wasn't a coyote. Coyotes yip, and they go up and down, and they have a yodel to them. This rolled steady into a high, tight thing that wasn't human, and also was too human. It had a voice to it. My body froze the way it does when you almost fall. It wasn't the kind of sound you hear and go, huh. It was the kind that flips a switch on the back of your neck and makes the hair there stand up so fast your skin hurts. We were not brave about it. Someone let out a breath too loud and laughed, because that's what you do when you don't know what else to do. I heard Sasquatch mumbled in the dark in that joking way that isn't a real joke. I couldn't make my mouth work right to laugh back. My hands were inside my sleeping bag and they were sweating. My throat was dry, like I'd swallowed chalk instead of putting it on my hands. The scream didn't repeat immediately. It didn't echo around like coyotes do. It stopped, and then the woods stopped in that range where you don't have a name for which bug is missing, but you feel the absence. I stared at the black cutout of that log until my eyes hurt. I was waiting for something to step up and put a shape on top of it. You ever do that thing where you pick a spot in the dark and convince yourself if something crosses it, you'll see it no matter what? That was me, watching the thin gap between the log and a little sapling where the stars showed in a line. Nothing moved there. I kept hearing that dragging memory from 10 minutes before, though, even when I couldn't hear it anymore. I heard my own heart ticking hard, and the small click when someone next to me swallowed. I didn't sleep after that. The others tried to pretend they were resting. I could tell by the way they held still too hard. They didn't shift much. I heard one of them turn over and the pad make that slow squeak sound against the ground. My brain ran that scream over and over, and each time it landed a little different. One loop made it sound like a person in a big, empty room. One loop made it sound like a horn off a ship far away, which I know makes no sense this far from water, but it had that sustained thing to it. The worst loop was the one where I could hear the grunt at the start, because that made it feel close and aimed. Not like, I'm out here doing my thing, more like, I know you're right there. I tried all the rationalizations. Bobcat scream. I've heard them. They go sharp and catty. This wasn't that. Foxes can scream in a way that chills you. This wasn't that either. It lacked the brittle edges foxes have. Bears huff and pop their jaws and clack. This had a lead-in and then a climb that wasn't anything I've had in my sound file in my head. The only human thing I could attach to it was the way it made me feel like someone was looking at us while doing it. I hate writing that because it sounds like I'm trying to make it something. I'm not. I'm telling you how it landed in my chest. Time got weird after that. The woods stayed mostly quiet. It wasn't dead silent, but it was like everything went into low power mode. The creak sound padded up a little, or maybe my ears tuned to it and used it to tell me that the other noise was gone. A couple of times, I turned my head to the left because I thought I heard a leaf press down and release. It wasn't a step. It wasn't many of them. It was one of those noises that you only get when something is deciding if it can move from one cover to another without catching attention. That sounds too smart. That's how it felt. I could smell the wet ash from the fire ring as the damp came up out of the ground. It's a cold smell. I pulled my bag higher, but I didn't zip it because the idea of being stuck inside of it made me feel trapped. My boots under the log felt a mile away. My headlamp was tucked by my hip. I kept a hand on it. I didn't turn it on. I was convinced that if I hit it, I'd see something leaning in that I didn't want to see. Logic had left the room, and it was just me and the instinct that light equals answers equals danger. What I remember most about the time between that scream and the first light was the waiting for the next sound, and it not coming. Waiting is hard when you think a second thing is going to happen. That hurt in my back from the ground got worse because I couldn't make myself pick a different position. I didn't want to make noise. My legs tingled and went numb. I noticed dumb details because my brain needed to focus. The pattern of the bark on the log, where it flaked, the way a single mosquito whined and then shut up, the tiny click of a beetle near my ear. Light started so slowly it made me mad. The black lifted into a deep gray and the trees got edges. In that half-light, the clearing looked like a place we had made a bad decision to be in. No cover, a big, open center. The log didn't look like a seat anymore, but a divider. The old fire ring showed, a dark smear with white ash streaks. I sat up. My sleeping bag felt heavier than it should. The others sat up too, and nobody said anything because none of us had the tone in our voice under control yet. We started packing faster than normal, not a run, but the quick movements of people who just want to move. I shook my pad and rolled it tight without laying it flat to get the air out like I usually do. I stuffed my bag into its sack with more effort than it required. My fingers didn't work right. My boots had dew on them anyway, and my socks got wet immediately when I put them on. We started moving gear into packs. That's when I noticed the first print. It was just off the fire ring in a patch of softer ash mixed with the dirt. Not a boot tread, not a round, bare pad. It was a foot shape, and it wasn't a weird double print of a front and back barefoot like people like to explain online. It was one long print with toes. The toes were there, not claws cutting ahead, toes. The heel dug deeper than the rest, like a person's does when they put weight down. It was longer than my boot by a hand and wider than my palm spread out. I set my boot down next to it without touching it and stared. My stomach dropped in a way that made me feel both hollow and sick. There were more, not a trail of them like in snow, but one over by the log, in the duff where the pine needles had been pressed, and you get that damp, darker shape that only reads in the early light when shadows help your eye. Another half print a little beyond, where the ground was firmer and all you saw was a deeper spot, and something that could be a toe press. They weren't all pretty. You could argue with some of them, but you couldn't argue with the one by the fire ring. If I was carving a fake, I would have done a better job because it had oddities. The second toe wasn't the same depth as the big one. The inner edge of the foot had a curve that made no sense to me at first because I wanted it to be straight like a shoe. This wasn't a shoe. You know the feeling when you realize a thing was closer than you knew while you were sleeping? That cold behind your sternum. We were right there. And whatever made that scream had been right there too, close enough to our boots and that stupid marshmallow stick. It had stepped almost into the ring, like it had come to check the place out. That's what my brain did with it anyway. It felt like a visit, not a pass-by. I don't care how that sounds. We didn't take pictures. This was '97. We didn't have phones with cameras. We had a disposable in the pack for climbing shots, and I didn't even think of it. I wish I had. I also know if I had, the picture would look like trash on a screen to anyone else. In person, with the ash still a little damp and the shape sitting in it with that softness to the edges, it was obvious. In a bad photo, it would just be a blob. We got out of there. Not at a sprint, but quick. We shouldered packs and were moving within minutes. The trail felt different on the way out than it did going in. The pines hold sound and make a tunnel out of it. The sections with thick rhododendron and laurel pinched us down, and my shoulders brushed the leaves and left wet spots on my shirt. Every corner had that blind spot feel, where you can't see what's around it until you're there. I kept my eyes on the ground for more of those shapes, and on the edges for any movement. I didn't hear a second scream. I didn't hear anything but our feet and our breathing, and the creek wanting to be louder than both. My hands had that shake that shows up when the adrenaline starts to ebb. I didn't want to talk. My tongue felt like it didn't fit in my mouth right. Crossing back over the berm into the little lot felt like stepping out of a bad dream. The car was just a car, dusty and comfortable in its boringness. I opened the door and the hinge squealed, and that squeal sounded like a lifeline. I sat down and the seat foam under me was the most normal thing in the world. I looked back at the tree line and it just looked like trees. That's the part that messes with me still. You can stare at those trees and know what you know, and they will not give you anything back. People are going to say what they say. I've read enough to know the reactions. I'm putting this down because I need to put it somewhere. I heard something in White County that night that wasn't a coyote and wasn't a bobcat and wasn't a person messing around. It started with a grunt and climbed into a scream and felt like it was pointed straight at where we were. In the morning, I saw a print at the old fire ring that made my stomach drop and my brain try to rearrange itself around what could have made it. The woods were too quiet after that sound. The quiet didn't make it better, it made it worse. It felt like something was out there, holding its breath while we held ours. I have camped a lot since then. I still go out. I still sleep under the trees. I don't sleep without a tent there anymore. I need that thin wall of fabric between me and the dark. I know it wouldn't stop anything. It's not about stopping anything. It's about feeling like I'm not lying naked in a clearing next to an old fire ring that something else thinks is worth visiting. Every time I hear a weird call now, my brain goes right back to that night in Raven Cliffs. My skin remembers before my head does. There isn't a good ending here. The scream never happened again that night. We didn't see a shape step into the clearing. We didn't find hair in a branch or cast a perfect track. We packed up, we saw what we saw, we left. The last thing I did before we turned the car on was look down the footpath toward that berm and try to decide if I was going to be the idiot who walks back just to check one more time. I didn't. I shut the door, the engine turned over, and the sound of it filled the kind of silence that shouldn't exist in a healthy forest. We pulled away, and that was it. It ended like someone cut a tape. I don't have a better way to explain it even now. Story 4. May 23rd, 1998, North Georgia mountains. First time I'd ever been up there on my own. I was in decent shape back then, working shifts, grabbing days off when I could. I'd heard about the waterfalls near the Lakeseed Dam and figured I'd go see one before dark, stretch my legs, clear my head. I wasn't trying to prove anything. I wasn't hunting. It was just one of those late-day walks you do because the evening feels too good to waste. I parked at a small pull-off near the road that runs above the lake. No crowd. A couple of old candy wrappers down by a log, a beer can half crushed near a rock, and that was about it. The air had that wet, heavy feel like a rain shower had moved through earlier. All the leaves looked washed, darker and shiny. You could hear water before you saw it, that steady sheet sound of a falls that isn't huge but is big enough to fill the ravine with noise. I had a small pack with a sandwich stuffed in it, a cheap poncho, a little first aid kit. On my waist, I had a nylon fanny pack where I kept my wallet, keys, and my off-duty pistol. That was a habit with me on road trips. I never expected to need it for anything out there. It felt like overkill, but it's how I carry. The walk to the falls wasn't far. The trail was just a beaten line in the leaves. The sun was already dropping behind the ridge, and in the trees it went from late afternoon to early night fast. That blue-gray light you get for a few minutes turned into dark under the canopy. The falls were pretty, the kind where water fans over smooth rock and drops into a pool and then twists off into the creek winding downhill. There was a wet log to the right, slick as ice on top, and a cluster of mountain laurel and rhododendron hugging the banks. The air got colder the closer you were to the water. My shirt stuck to my back anyway. The first thing that hit me was the smell, not right away. Maybe I just didn't notice it while my nose was full of wet leaves and granite. It crept in as I sat down on a rock and pulled my sandwich out. It wasn't rot. I know what rot is. I've come up on dead deer in ditches and on a hot day that hits you square in the face. This was different. It was rancid, like damp basements and old sweat ground into fabric, like wet dog rolled in locker room odor. Moldy without the sick sweet part. It made the back of my throat feel fuzzy. I figured maybe there was a damp hollow near the bank that always smelled like that after a rain. I didn't get up right then. I was tired and hungry, and I hate being the guy who scares himself for no reason. I ate. Bread tasted like nothing. Turkey tasted like nothing. All I could think about was that smell sneaking up my nose. I finished the last bite, wiped my hands on my pants, and stood to stretch with the idea of heading back before it got fully dark. I fished my small flashlight from the fanny pack, one of those old incandescent ones that throws a yellow beam, and clicked it on just to have it ready for the walk out. I turned a half step to the right to look toward the bushes, and that's when I realized there was someone crouched there. That's the word my brain used. Someone, not a thing. It was tucked into the brush on the right side of the falls, close to the log. Knees down or squatting, I don't know. All I saw at first was a mass darker than the brush around it, and the suggestion of shoulders humped up like a person trying to tuck into themselves. I didn't jump. I didn't go straight to fear. I thought it was another hiker who didn't want to startle me, maybe ducked to tie a boot or grab a bottle, and I had missed them in the noise of the water. I took a couple of normal steps that way with this automatic polite thing in my head, like I might say good evening, and we'd both laugh and go our separate ways. The smell got thicker with each step, like walking into an old gym that's never aired out. I don't know when you call a smell physical, but this felt like it had a texture. It stuck to my tongue. I started to pick up another sound under the falls then. Short, quick breaths, not panting like a dog, human sounding, but there was a rattle in it down in the chest, like someone congested trying to draw air through a straw. I stopped moving. I didn't click the light yet. My heart did that hiccup thing where it misses and then hammers twice as hard. I listened. The breathing kept going, steady enough that I could count it off with the water slapping the rocks. That's when the crouch shape shifted. It rose up. I don't know how else to say it. It didn't scramble or stand like a guy would with hands on thighs pushing up. It unfolded. The brush around it squeaked with the strain of branches sliding past hair. The thing stood up into the space above the bushes, like the bushes didn't matter. People will argue forever about size. I don't have a tape measure for the woods. I've been a cop long enough to know I get asked how big and how tall about everything. And you learn to be careful with those guesses. I'll tell you the feeling first. When it stood up, it took up space I didn't know existed there. The top of it cleared where I would have pegged the tallest limbs, snapping back from the last storm. My eyes put it at well over 9 feet. If you want that in meters, more than 3. I am not good at admitting how small I felt. I felt small. I snapped the flashlight up then. The beam hit it in the shoulder first, not the face. The hair was dark brown, not glossy, more like sun-faded and matted in places where it clumped. Not long, flowing fur. Hair like on a person's head when they haven't combed it for a week, stuck together from being wet. The shoulder was enormous. There was no neck, not in the way I expect. Head sitting into the top of the trunk with the trapezius muscles swallowing where a neck should show. The arm was down and long, longer than looked right. The chest wasn't round like a barrel. It was wide and flat enough that I could see shape under the hair as it breathed. That same rattly, short breath I'd been hearing kicked against my gut when I saw the chest move with it. When the light hit, it didn't do what a bear does. No popping jaws, no huff and drop. It did the most ordinary thing and the strangest thing all at once. It turned its back to me. It just pivoted those shoulders and took a long, smooth step away and then another, and it was walking off into the brush on 2 legs, like it had all day to be there and didn't care about me at all. The stride is the detail that still makes my mouth go dry. Those were huge steps. Easy ones, not strained. The feet made this dull pad sound when they found ground under the leaves. It flattened small saplings as it went, not roughly, just because it was heavy. I was shaking. It's funny. I deal with people in bad moods, drunk guys, scared teenagers. I know that shake. This was different. This was my body trying to decide between fight and flight, and not picking either, just buzzing on the line. I stood there with the light on it, following it, not wanting it to turn around, and then needing it to do something predictable. It didn't go far. It got maybe 18 meters away, around 60 feet if that makes more sense. Then it stopped. It didn't look back. It turned its body, and in a way I can't explain, I felt the attention shift to me without seeing its face. It stepped toward me then, 5 or 6 big steps, and the brush popped and cracked under it. That was the worst moment. Not the sight of how tall it was, not the first smell. The 5 or 6 steps toward me. It wasn't running, it wasn't charging, it wasn't swaying and making a show. It closed the distance like it wanted to make a point. I felt something in my chest lock up the way it does right before you take a hit. Every nerve went hot. My mouth moved on its own. I yelled for it to stop, my voice coming out too loud in the hollow there, that command tone I use without thinking on duty. My hand had already gone into the fanny pack before my brain caught up. I cleared the pistol and brought it up. I didn't aim down the sights like on a line. I had the muzzle between us, both hands on it, and the flashlight slipped into that clumsy spot under my wrist that never works as well as they show you in training. It stopped. I swear to you, it stopped like it understood the word or the idea or the posture. It didn't flinch, it didn't duck. It let the brush ease back in front of it a little. It was still. I could hear the breathing, that rattle, but that was all. The water kept doing its water sound like it was none of my business. I tried not to look away even for a blink. I don't know what I would have done if it took another step. I could feel my finger indexed on the frame, not on the trigger, and it took every piece of training in me not to jump that finger where it wanted to go. Then it turned again, as if my noise and my posture were nothing, and it walked off. Simple as that. It didn't run. It didn't crash away in a panic. It just changed course, turned its body sideways to me, showed me that big back and those matted tufts, and went up and through the brush like a person leaving a room. It didn't look at me, not once while I had the light on it. It kept its head angled away. I remember seeing the hair on the back of the head lay over one shoulder and thinking how human that looked and how wrong the scale was. I lowered the pistol when I couldn't hear it anymore over the falls. The smell was still there, strong, like the ghost of a locker room clinging to the leaves. My knees were shaking so hard I had to lock them to keep from dropping. I kept the light on and did the slowest backing up I've done in my life. People say don't turn your back on a threat. I couldn't make myself turn. I backed down the path with the beam catching every wet leaf and every glint off a rock. My breathing was too loud in my own ears. I had sweat down my sides, even though the air at the falls was cool. The pistol felt too heavy and too small at the same time. Once I got enough distance and the noise of the water fell off behind me, the woods went strangely quiet. Not dead, but quieter than they had any business being in May. The gnats came back around my face like nothing had happened. I kept stopping to listen, throwing the light back over my shoulder, expecting to see it standing in the path 20 feet behind me. But the beam only found trees and that constant green-black wall. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was at the car. The key missed the slot the first time and clanked against the little piece of metal that surrounds it. That tiny sound felt like a gunshot in the stillness. I got in and shut the door and sat with my forehead on the wheel for a long second, trying to get my heart to come back down out of my throat. I put the pistol back where it belonged, checked the chamber by habit, and put both hands on the wheel until I felt normal enough to drive. When I started the engine, the radio came on way too loud and made me jump. I turned it off and rolled the window down halfway because the air in the car felt stale and my head was still full of that smell. I pulled out slow. The road was empty. The lake looked like black glass with a few little shivers of wind on it. The dam lights glowed a dull orange. It all looked the same as it had when I drove in, and I couldn't reconcile that with what had just happened a few hundred yards away. Back then, I didn't tell anybody. Not at work, not at home. I didn't want to hear myself say it. I'm a cop. I work in a world with reports and boxes you check and outcomes that make sense, even when people don't. What I saw doesn't fit a box that helps me do my job. If someone had asked me straight up the next day what I saw, I would have said bear, because that's the only word that gets you out of the conversation fast. But I know bears. Black bears don't stand there and breathe like a congested man. They don't walk off on two legs for that many steps smooth as a person. They don't stop when you yell, stop, and then commit to a direction like they decided not to deal with you. And that's final. The piece of it that comes back when I least expect it is the smell, like an old damp sweatshirt forgotten in a bag. It hits me sometimes in stairwells after a rainy day or next to a storage room with no air moving, and I'm suddenly back by that falls with the water loud and the beam of my soft yellow light bouncing over hair. My stomach drops. My shoulder blades pull together like they're trying to hide my spine. I scan corners like I'm back on a call. It has been years, but I'm there in a blink. People will pick at the details. That's fine. I'm not looking for points. I carried an off-duty pistol in a fanny pack that night. I ate a sandwich at the falls. I smelled something I will never forget. I shined a light on something that stood up out of the brush, taller than anything I've ever seen on two legs. It turned away when the light hit it, walked off like it owned the place, stopped and came 5 or 6 big steps back in my direction, hard enough to crush brush underfoot, and froze when I raised my voice and my gun. Then it left. That last bit is what sticks and drives me crazy. It just left. It didn't roar or throw anything. It didn't break trees or tell me to get out in some dramatic way. It treated me like an annoyance, like it had other places to be and I wasn't on the list. I drove away in the dark, window half down, the night air moving over my forearm, that smell fading, the tires hummed. The lake kept being a lake like nothing on the bank was wrong. I got to the highway and headed south, and there was this sense that the whole thing had been clipped out of the night with scissors. One moment there was the falls and the breath and me holding a gun on something impossible, and the next moment there was a quiet road and my dashboard lights and nothing to say. I don't have a clean line that makes it make sense. I'm left with what happened in those minutes by the Lake Sea Dam. The smell, the rise out of the brush, the steps back toward me, my stupid command voice ringing off wet rock, the pause, and then it turning and walking away like I wasn't worth it. That's where it ends. It ends there, hard, and I still don't have a way to explain it. Story 5. August 4th, 1998, Walker County, Georgia. I can still feel the damp heat when I think about it. That night had that midsummer heaviness, but the sky was perfectly clear and the moon was so bright it made shadows like a streetlight. My girlfriend and I had decided to drive out to a little clearing I knew to make a small fire and get out of our heads for a while. It wasn't far off a service road, flat spot with a rough ring of rocks where people clearly did the same thing. I used to go out there after long weeks just to listen to the crickets and watch embers die out. It felt safe. It doesn't anymore. We got there around midnight. The truck made that crunching sound on the hardpack, dust puffing up and drifting, then settling when I killed the engine. The air didn't have wind, but everything was moving anyway. Cicadas, a few tree frogs, a night bird calling now and then, leaves shifting because of small animals doing their thing. You could see without a flashlight because of the moon. The trails coming off the clearing looked like pale ribbons. I remember thinking how bright it was and how we probably wouldn't even need the lantern. We didn't turn it on. We set up the way we always did for quick stops. Tailgate down, 2 camp chairs unfolded, 1 on each side of the fire ring. Cooler set near the back bumper. I stacked a small pile of dry wood I'd brought in a milk crate and grabbed some old sticks from the edge of the clearing to use as kindling. The ground was sandy with patches of dry grass. There were bootstrap prints from someone else earlier in the week and a couple of cigarette butts mashed down near the ring. Someone had burned beer box cardboard there not long before. I could see the char with the ink still showing in places. It didn't take long to get the fire going. Pine catches fast. The smoke had that sweet resin smell that clings to your clothes. The sap in one of the sticks started to bubble and pop, sending out little sparks, and I shifted the piece of wood so it would burn slower. We sat close enough to feel the heat on our shins and far enough that the smoke drafted up clean. This wasn't a party. We weren't drinking hard. It was more like we were just trying to reset, talk about nothing, stare at flames, poke the coals. I checked the time without meaning to. It was around 1 in the morning when it started to shift from nice to not right. The scream came from up the trail we'd driven in on. I'm calling it a scream because I don't have a better word. It was high, and it had volume that didn't match anything I've heard from a normal animal in these woods. I hunt, I fish, I spend enough nights outside that my brain has a library of sounds. Barred owls do their who cooks for you. Call that can sound like a person laughing if you're not used to it. Foxes can let out a blood-chilling screech that spikes and breaks. Bobcats scream, but there's a cat edge in there you can hear. Coyotes yip and chatter and build a chorus that rises and falls. This was a single sustained thing that rose and held and had an almost clear tone to it, like it was coming out of a big chest and a long throat. It felt too big and too long. It wasn't a train. It wasn't a siren. It was alive. and it went through me. I felt it in my ribs. You know how sometimes a sound gets your attention and makes you freeze because you need to locate it? That's what happened. My hand stopped mid-reach for a piece of wood, and I just sat there with one knee up, fingers curled, listening hard. The hair on my arms stood up in the heat of the fire. I didn't move my head because I didn't want to give the impression I was looking, if that makes sense. I told her to hold quiet without making a big thing out of it. We both held our breath for a second, waiting to hear if it would come again. It didn't right away. The usual noise stepped back a little, that trick the night does when something big has decided to announce itself. I set the wood down without the clack I usually let happen and stood up slow. The moonlight made the path we'd taken in look almost white, where the sand had been scuffed free of leaf litter. I stepped a few feet away from the fire ring to get my eyes out of the orange and into the blue, and I stared at the entrance to that trail. That's when I saw the shape. It was just inside the tree line, standing on the trail we came in on, not moving. The moon put it in clean silhouette, and it was all wrong if I tried to call it a person. It was wide in the shoulders and thick, head on top of a body, yes, but the proportions didn't match my instinct for a human. The arms hung, the hands were near mid-thigh. There was no shine of a face because the moon was behind it, just edges. But the outline of a head and a torso and arms was absolute. It wasn't a deer, it wasn't a hog, it wasn't a bear on all fours. My guts had that cold drop you get when you realize the shape in the dark is not supposed to be there. I didn't run over to grab her and whisper like in a movie. I walked back to her, keeping it normal, and told her quiet and still, and to look toward the trail. When we both looked, nothing. The spot on the path that had been filled with a shape a second earlier was empty. The trail was just that pale streak again, framed by brush. No sound, no breaking away. It was just gone. That hit harder somehow than if it had stepped forward. We didn't have long to wonder. Another scream came, but this time it was behind us, not up the trail. The angle was wrong for an echo. It came from the brush on the opposite side of the clearing, close enough that the pitch felt sharp in my ears. It was shorter than the first, like it didn't need a long build to say what it was saying. The sound folded everything in me tight. I turned in a slow circle because I wanted to see leaves move, a branch shake, anything, but it didn't give me that. My brain yanked out that panicked catalog again. Fox, owl, cat, bear, and I had to keep telling myself it wasn't any of them, because if I picked one, I'd be lying to myself to calm down. Before I could get my heartbeat back under control, another call answered from the front. That one came from up the original trail again, further away than the first call, like something had moved back a little, or like there was actually another one up the trail. So I had one behind me and one in front of me, and both of them knew exactly where the clearing was and where we were sitting in it. People talk about primal fear, and it sounds dramatic. I have a different word I use now. Cornered. I felt cornered in a place where there weren't even walls. In one quick, clean second, normal camping went out the window. My body reacted before my head could lay out a plan. I told her to start grabbing the obvious things, and I went for the loose stuff. I wasn't careful. I wasn't packing. I scooped the camp chairs and folded them with half a swing, threw them into the bed of the truck, felt one smack my forearm and didn't care. The cooler slammed into the tailgate, and I heard the bottles inside hit each other, and I winced because I didn't want the sound, but I couldn't help it. I broke down the little stack of wood in one motion and flung most of it into the back as it was. The fire was still hot, so I kicked sand over it hard with the side of my boot, the particles squeaking and hissing as they hit the coals. A few sparks jumped, and my throat clenched at the thought of anything that might look like hand signals from a distance. That's how my brain was working, stupid and superstitious and focused on not giving a show. She moved fast. I could hear her breathing, high and tight. The zipper on the backpack wouldn't catch right because I'd overstuffed it earlier, and the sound of it snagging made way too much noise. She finally just held the thing shut under her arm. I grabbed the trash we'd made and jammed it into a bag, mostly because the idea of leaving anything felt wrong, like whatever was beyond the brush would know more about us if we left it. That makes no sense written down. It's exactly where my thoughts were. The entire time I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes past the tree line, like we were in a circle and every edge had the same weight. Another call came while I was shoving the last stuff into the bed, this one from behind us again and closer. It had a chesty grind in it that I felt in my sternum. The answering call up the trail didn't come right away this time, and that was worse. It broke the pattern before the pattern even set and made me think about closing distances and angles. I hated thinking that way out there. I hated that my brain went there on its own. There was a cracking sound in the brush, not huge, not a tree breaking, just something heavy stepping where there were sticks to break. I fired the truck up, and the sound of the engine felt like a rescue line thrown to us, but it also felt like a signal that lit us up even more. Headlights on. The clearing in front of me turned to day. The road out was just a strip of beaten earth and pale sand between low brush. I put it in gear and rolled. I didn't stomp it because of the sand. You can bury yourself there if you get stupid, but I didn't crawl either. I kept it slow enough that I wouldn't hit the ditch and fast enough that I wouldn't be a target. My eyes kept flicking to the mirrors, even though the headlights blew out any chance of seeing detail behind us. As we pulled away, that last sound came. It wasn't as long as the first, and it wasn't as close as the second, but it was enough to lock everything in me up again. It came from the general area where the figure had been on the trail. The timing felt too clean. It felt like a "we see you leaving" note. That's how it landed inside me. I gripped the wheel hard enough that my palms hurt. The truck bounced in a rut and a pile of loose stuff in the bed. Chairs, wood, the cooler, banged hard against the side. She told me to go, voice 2 octaves higher than normal, and I was already going. The first turn on that access road is a sharp one, and the trees crowd the edge. The moon through them made slit shadows. I cut the corner a hair too close, and a branch scraped down the passenger side with a long zipper sound. Right after that, some kind of bird blasted up from the ground at the edge of the road and shot across the beam, and I flinched so hard my neck hurt. That's how wound up I was. Every noise felt like the start of something worse. The truck stayed on the path. I kept waiting for a shape to step out into the lane of light, and it never did. The forest did that disorienting thing where you keep expecting a final jump scare, and instead it just holds its breath with you. When we hit the main gravel road, the change in the sound of the tires was the first thing that let me breathe. On the way in, that crunch means you're getting there. On the way out, it means safety. I didn't take my foot off the gas until we were on pavement. The world came back in small steps, mailboxes, a reflector post, the smell of the truck's interior instead of pine smoke. I realized my jaw hurt from clenching it. I realized my shirt was stuck to my back and cold. She had both hands in her lap, squeezing the strap of the backpack so hard the knuckles were white. Neither of us talked for a while. Voices felt like they would pop whatever thin film was helping me keep it together. The thing I can't shake is the simple layout of what happened. No fancy lights, no footsteps in the mud I could show off, a clearing, a small fire, a normal night. A scream that I don't have a category for that shook my chest. A shape in the moonlight on the path we came in on, standing still like a sentry, gone in the time it took me to look away and back. Another scream behind us, closer, ripping any pretense of calm off. An answer from ahead that put us between 2 points of sound. That exact configuration is what keeps my brain stuck. It felt intentional. It felt like the place we were in wasn't ours for those few minutes, and the things that owned it were reminding us of that fact. If you want a clean ending, there isn't one. We didn't go back the next day to look for tracks. We didn't. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the open mouth of that trail and the way the moon cut the edge of a head and shoulders in it. I've tried to tell myself it could be a large man playing a trick, but people don't stand motionless like that and then vanish between one breath and the next without footsteps, and they don't call back and forth with that sound and shake your chest doing it. I've heard people try to imitate predator calls. Their throats give them away. This wasn't hobby level. This was something else. I've been in the woods at night since then. I haven't gone back to that clearing. I avoid any spot that gives me the same setup, wide open with a single path in and brush tight on the other sides. My head runs the same scenario, and I can feel my body start to get out long before my brain says it out loud. When I hear a barred owl now, I listen too hard, waiting for the switch in tone that will turn it in my head into that other sound. That's how it messes you up. It sits in your catalog and blurs everything nearby. I'm writing it out because it still sits in me like it happened last week. The worst piece is not the first scream or even the silhouette. It's that feeling of being in the middle between two voices. There's an animal part of your brain that hates that more than anything. Prey has that feeling. I felt it out there under a bright moon with a small fire that should have made me feel comfortable. It cut straight through all the normal. Then it was done. There was no chase, no crash through the brush to the edge of the clearing, no proof sitting in the bed of my truck. We drove away. The calls faded or stopped, and the whole night snapped back into being just a summer Tuesday in Walker County. That's the part I can't explain. It came on like a switch and went off the same way, and I'm left with the echo of it in my chest and the way my hands shook when I threw sand over the coals and didn't look back. Story 6. May 18th, 1999, Cobb County, Lake Alatuna. I didn't plan on remembering the date forever, but I do. It was one of those warm Georgia evenings, with the air sitting still and the lake flat enough that the dock lights looked like lines pulled across the water. We were at my parents' place, saying our goodbyes out by the driveway after dinner. No alcohol, just sweet tea and coffee, and the leftovers getting split into plastic containers. TV off, porch light on, that kind of ordinary night that doesn't give you any warning it's going to be the one you remember. Their house sits up a little from the water, not right on the bank, but you can see a slice of cove through the pines and hear boats when somebody pushes it after dark. There's a deck that looks straight down at the slip and a patch of yard my dad tries to keep green even when the heat fights him. Across the cove there are a few other places, spaced out with their own docks. The road runs behind the house, then drops to a dead end and a public access area on the other side. So you get a mix of people, neighbors, fishermen, the odd teenager doing donuts if no one's around. That night was quiet. No engines, no music, just insects and a bullfrog somewhere toward the marsh end of the cove. We were on the gravel by the garage. I had the keys in my hand and that little pocket of time where you linger and chat before you actually go. It was somewhere around 9 in the evening, maybe a little after. The porch light made a yellow circle on the driveway, and the rest of the yard was all soft blue from the sky. You could smell cut grass and that faint lake scent. Mud, a little fishy, a little clean. The sound came up out of nowhere. I don't mean it crept up. I mean 1 second it was just the usual night sounds, and the next there was a long, high, powerful howl coming from across the water, or maybe from the timber on the far side. It rolled up out of the dark and hung there. It wasn't a coyote. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't anything I had ready in my head to file it under. And that realization hit me faster than the sound even finished. It had a clean tone at first, and then a kind of ring to it, almost metallic, not from metal, but that bright edge you get when a sound is so steady and so strong it starts to feel sharp. It kept going. I can't say exactly how long that first one lasted, but it was not a quick call. It went on, almost like someone leaning on a horn, but it was alive, and it was huge. You felt it in your chest like a big speaker does, a push there. I froze mid-step. I've heard coyotes start up a chorus plenty of times. They rise and fall and bounce off each other. This wasn't that. It was one sustained thing, not sliding all over the place, not breaking apart into smaller sounds like laughs and yips. It was a single throat with big lungs behind it, steady, and it felt pointed at us, even if I couldn't see anything. The hair on my arms lifted under my shirt. I remember the exact feeling of my skin getting tight on my shoulders, that static rush, and an instant childish urge to step inside and lock the door, like light and deadbolts would matter with something that could make a noise like that. By the time my brain caught up and I glanced at my parents, the neighborhood dogs went off like a fuse had been lit. Not all at once. First the hounds a couple houses over started howling in that sloppy hound way. Then two smaller dogs down the lane started yapping. Then someone's lab gave those deep, confused barks where they're answering, but they don't know what they're answering. The original howl just kept laying over the top of all of it like a train going by, while the street noise keeps happening underneath. It wasn't louder than everything, it was clearer. The tone didn't wobble. It didn't crack. It stayed up there, then trailed off without breaking. Then a few seconds later, it did it again. That second one is when it hit me I was not hearing a dog. The first one, your brain goes weird places. Maybe a siren way off. Maybe a boat horn bouncing weird in the cove. Maybe a person out at the access area showing off. The second one held the same note too well, too long, with this steady pressure that didn't sound like it had to breathe where a dog would. I could make out a little bit of a rise at the end, like a lift, and then nothing. The dogs took the gap to fill it, and then the original voice came again and shut them up for a second, like it overrode them. We weren't drinking. Nobody was silly. We weren't even loud before it started. We were just wrapping up the night. That's important to me to say because any time I've told this out loud, people ask about that first, like the answer lives there. If anything, the quiet and the lack of wind made me hear it even better than I would normally. The water was a sheet. The sound came across it clean. I know the way the cove carries voices. On afternoons you can hear kids across the way like they're in the yard with you. This wasn't kids. This wasn't a human voice stretched to a joke. The dogs kept it up, but they weren't leading anything. They were riding behind it. One of the neighbor's dogs that never barks, an old shepherd, let out a couple of low, unhappy woofs and then went silent like it changed its mind. You could track the arc of sound as the howl came again. What felt like from the north side of the cove, not the public access, but the timber past it. The volume didn't move like something walking. It was stationary or close to it. And the length of it. People can't hold a note like that on a hill in the dark without laughing or coughing or breaking. I don't care if they're a singer. The way it held and sat on my chest was wrong for a human throat. My gut was a knot and my skin felt too thin. It didn't make sense to be that spooked by a noise, but I was. Instinct doesn't care what your pride says. It said get inside. It said put wood and glass between you and that direction. My parents had the same look I felt on my face. No one made a joke. No one did that nervous laugh thing. We just listened. The crickets went down a notch too, which sounds ridiculous because they're insects, but I swear it. The background sound of the night shifted low, like something was leaning on it. We moved as a group toward the porch without even talking about it. The porch light threw a bigger pool of yellow on the steps. The screen door did that little click it does when you ease it instead of letting it slap. Inside, the living room felt too bright and too normal. You could still hear it through the windows when the next one came, not like speakers, but enough that my spine straightened anyway. The AC kicked on, and it felt wrong to have that sound in the mix. We killed the air. We cracked a window. The fresh air didn't help because that meant the howl came in clearer. There was another long one. It had the same sustain and clarity, and this time, in the middle of it, there was a faint wobble, like a voice that can do vibrato without trying. I hate typing that out because it sounds like I'm dressing it up. I'm not. I'm trying to put down the thing that made my stomach drop. It wasn't a machine. It wasn't a recording. It was a throat, a long, big throat, with breath behind it that didn't run out when I expected it should. This is the part where my brain reminded me I'd seen some weird recordings online before, late nights reading about odd stuff because the internet was new enough to make you curious about everything. After the howl stopped, we did what modern people do even in '99. We went to the computer. It was in the little office off the kitchen. The modem did its squeal and then settled. We typed in the obvious words and found a page with a few audio clips. They were low quality, scratchy, and some were obviously fakes or misidentified animals. But one of them, a long howl, matched in a way that made all four of us look at each other. It had that same metallic ring, that same flat, high hold, that little lift at the tail. The hair on my arms prickled again, even though the house was cooler than outside. We played it twice. We didn't need to play it 3 times. When you're on a lake, sound can be tricky. Echoes off the far shore can make you think something is in front of you when it's behind. I've heard coyotes across Alatuna plenty. They fill the hills with layers of sound, and it is a mess of pitches and overlapping yips and barks with a few longer calls in there. This was clean. And it wasn't the peacocks you sometimes get on farms down here. It wasn't a donkey. It wasn't a siren. There were no sirens anywhere near us. We would have seen the glow if there were police or fire. It was quiet enough that a single truck driving on the main road would have put a noise line through the night, and there wasn't even that for a while. I went back out on the deck by myself for a minute. The boards gave their usual small complaint under my feet. The lake was dark except for the few dock lights. The woods across were black. I stood with my hands on the railing and I did not go down to the water, even though I do that all the time to check the lines or just to look. I couldn't make myself walk toward the cove. I felt like the dark would move if I did. My skin was pulsing with that adrenaline come down, the one where your fingers shake a little and you notice stupid details, like the smell of creosote from the timbers and the way a spiderweb glows when it catches yard light. Another call didn't come immediately. The dogs tapered off. One hound gave a half-hearted howl and then shut up. You know that feeling when you think the car alarm down the street is done and then it blips again and your teeth grind? I waited for that blip with this. It didn't do a blip. When it came again, it was full and sure, the same as the earlier ones. No closer, no further. Just there. It ran long, longer than I had patience for, long enough that I started counting without meaning to, and then stopped because I didn't want to know. It let off like someone eased a finger off a piano key, and that last whisper of sound slid into nothing. I went back inside. None of us had anything helpful to say. We didn't call anyone. What would we say? Hi, there's a sound at the lake. A human laugh would have popped the bubble and it didn't happen. The quiet after it was heavy. We stood there with coffee cups that no one was drinking, like props. My wife had that flat look she gets when she's processing something that scares her, not leaning into it, not dramatizing, just letting it sit until she can name it. None of us could name it in a way that fixed it. There is a thing that happens after a scare where everything normal looks weird. The familiar turns sideways. The refrigerator hum made me flinch. The clink of a spoon in the sink sounded too loud. My dad's old clock on the wall ticked like it was counting down to another sound. Every once in a while, one of us would shift and the floor would creak, and we'd all look toward the windows as if the noise came from outside instead of under our feet. That's the part that's harder to write about than the noise itself. It's the fear that hangs around like static, even in your own house. The last call, if it was the last one, hit while I was halfway to the door with my keys again. Might have been 10 minutes after the previous. Might have been 2. Time got mushy. It came up so strong and clear that all I could think was it waited for quiet so we'd hear it. That's ridiculous, I know. That's how it felt. It ran long. It had that same almost metallic ring, that same control. When it ended, there was a gap of silence where I didn't even hear crickets for a breath. And then life came back on. The frog in the cove did a lazy call again. A bug thunked into the porch light. A neighbor's car door shut somewhere up the road and made that dull, muffled thump. The night stitched itself back together like it had never been ripped. We left later than we meant to, not because we wanted to linger, but because we were waiting to make sure it wasn't going to start again and catch us walking to the car with our backs to the woods. I hate typing that because it makes me feel small and silly, but it's true. I put the keys in the lock with my hand shaking, and I don't shake. The drive out was uneventful, and that felt like an insult. The road was the same. The trees were the same. If someone had met us at the stop sign and asked how the evening went, I would have said fine out of habit and then had to correct myself. I don't have a clean answer to what we heard. I have a lot of things it wasn't. It wasn't a neighbor messing around. The sustain and the size in the sound weren't a person's prank. It wasn't a siren. It wasn't an animal I've heard in all my years up and around that lake at night. When we put that recording on the computer later, one of those supposed Sasquatch howls people pass around, it matched enough that all four of us said the same thing without planning. Not, "That's it," exactly, but a head nod and a look that said, "We were thinking it." I know that invites eye rolls. I live here. I know how that sounds. I also know what I felt in my chest when that thing called across the water. It ended the way these things do. Suddenly. No grand finale. No sighting to tie the bow. Just that last long call and then quiet. It switched off like someone cut a wire. We shut the windows. We turned the AC back on. We stood in a room we know and tried to act like it was a Wednesday night on a lake and not something else. I still can't explain it. I still feel the exact skin crawl and the want to close the door and throw the deadbolt when I think about the moment I realized it wasn't a dog. It was something bigger, holding a note across Alatuna, and it heard us. Then it was gone, and I'm left with the echo of it and no good box to put it in. Story 7. May 19th, 1999, Barto County, Red Top Mountainside. I didn't plan to be part of a second night story. I thought what happened the night before at my parents' place by Lake Alatuna would end up as one of those weird one-off things you argue about at Thanksgiving. But the next day is what sunk it into me. It was the repetition that did it. Same direction, same heavy feeling in my chest, different kind of sound. That's when it stopped being a random noise and turned into a pattern I can't shake. I was over at my parents' again, late afternoon turning into evening. It was that in-between light where the sun is low and the bugs are just getting loud. My dad had decided to use the extra daylight to get a few boards replaced on the back deck. He had the sawhorses set up, a cordless driver sitting on the rail, a 5-gallon bucket of screws, and a paint can with a couple of brushes jammed in the rim. The boards were pressure-treated. You could smell that sharp, new wood chemical smell mixed with sawdust. He was in his groove, measuring twice and cutting once, eyeing the old boards that had cupped and the new ones that would go down straight. The deck faces a shallow valley of pines and hardwoods. If you look over the rail, you can see the tops of the trees drop away toward the lake and then rise back up on the other side. Beyond that is the line of hills tied into Red Top Mountain. You can't see the park entrance from there, but you can feel the shape of that ridge. If you stand still, you can make out the distant hum of the highway sometimes, but mostly it's bugs, the occasional woodpecker knocking and the lap of water when a boat wakes roll in. It was warm, but not miserable. The kind of Georgia evening that smells like sap and damp earth. I was holding a board steady while he drove the screws. The driver made that fast, high whine for a second as it bit, then the thunk when the head seated. We were talking about nothing, the way you do when you're working with your hands. No music, no TV noise leaking out the back door. The house behind us was calm. A couple houses down, someone's wind chimes clinked just enough to be annoying. 2 dogs across the way were quiet, stretched out on a porch they always sprawled on around that time. It was normal in a way that still feels fake when I think about what happened next. The sound didn't build. It didn't echo around the hills first. It came clean and sudden from the same slice of woods as the long howls the night before, north side of the ridge that falls off toward the red-top foothills. If you drew a line from our porch through the gap in the trees where you can see the blue of the lake and kept going, that's where it came from. It wasn't long, it was short. It had a hiss in it like air pushed hard through tight space, but it wasn't a snake hiss. It was a scream with the edges rubbed smooth by speed. I felt it more than I heard it at first, like a knife edge on my skin. It wasn't a dog. It wasn't any dog that's ever lived. My dad's driver stopped mid-spin and hung there, making that soft electric whirring sound when you just feather the trigger without pressure. He looked at the tree line, the same direction I was already looking. Neither of us said a thing out loud. My whole body got that feeling like I'd been caught doing something wrong. The muscles across my back pulled tight on their own. I remembered the long, clean howl from the night before, the one that seemed to sit on my chest and ring like metal. This wasn't that. This was short and mean. It sounded like someone taking a deep, full breath and forcing it through a throat that could handle it, but cutting it off before it turned into a second thing. It ended in a hard stop. No echo, no tail. Then the dogs reacted. Not just one, not just our neighbors too that bark if a chipmunk sneezes. All of them. Up the road, down the road, across the hollow. Deep barks, high yaps, full hound howls, the whole mess. It was like that first sound lit a fuse in them. They weren't barking at a truck or at each other. They were answering. They were responding to something out past where we could see. That's exactly how it felt. A call and reply, but with the call being something my ears don't have a category for. The short scream came again. Not as loud as the first, or maybe my ears twisted it because the dogs were already fired up. Same direction, same slice of woods, same hiss in it. It was over almost before my brain had its hands on it, and the dogs did something I've never heard in my life. The hounds, especially, shifted. They weren't just yelling, they were trying to match it. That's the only way I can say it. Their voices stretched up and held, like they were chasing that tone and trying to land on it. You could hear a couple of them get close. It was horrible. It turned my stomach because it felt like they recognized it. I didn't. Whatever that short scream was, they knew it in a way I don't want to know anything. I told my parents later we should write down times and directions. In the moment, I wasn't clever. I just stood there, one hand on a board, the other on the railing, trying to count seconds. It was somewhere around early evening, well before fully dark. The bugs got quieter in a little ring around the house, and then normal sound smoothed back in. But the dogs didn't settle right away. They kept pitching their voices up, then falling back into frantic barking. A neighbor banged a screen door. Another shouted for their dog. The short scream didn't repeat a third time immediately. That made it worse somehow. I grabbed a pen and an envelope off the kitchen counter and scribbled down things I thought would matter. West by northwest, short, hiss at the start, dogs matching pitch. My hand was shaking just enough to make the words messy. I kept going outside because the inside of the house felt too normal, and that made me feel stupid, like I was making it up. Outside, the air had a weight to it. I walked to the edge of the deck and listened as hard as I could, staring through the spaces in the pine boughs where the light leaks through. My ears grabbed everything, like a catcher who can't pick which ball to go for. Cricket pulse, a truck way off, two small birds fighting in a shrub. Nothing helpful. It came again. Not long after I put the pen down, the same short, hard scream with a hiss riding the front of it. It was closer than the first ones, but not in our yard. Same direction, same cut in the hills. No words make it right on paper. It had a throat in it that wasn't a dog throat and wasn't a person trying to be funny. It shoved air out in one hard line. The dogs exploded again, but this time, a couple across the way went straight to a stretched howl that made my skin crawl because it was so obviously mimicking. They were getting on its note and riding it as long as they could, and then dropping like a kid who can't hold a breath. I never want to hear that again. I told my dad we needed to mark down the exact direction. I remembered the line of the chimney of the house 2 lots over, how it lined up with the big white oak on the property line at the bottom of the slope. I used them like sights. The sound had come from left of that line, below where the hill ridges up toward the red top side. If I close my eyes, I can place it now, like a pin on a map. That's the part that scares me more than anything. 2 nights in a row, 2 different kinds of call, same stretch of woods. It turns coincidence into a path. We moved around the deck like people who have the shared understanding that they might need to move quickly without wanting to show it. I tucked the driver into the tool bag, not because I thought it would do anything, but because leaving it out felt wrong in the moment. My mom came to the door and asked, not with words, if it was the same kind of thing as the night before. I nodded. The dogs were winding down in spurts. One would stop, then hear another farther off, and start again. The sound that started it didn't show itself anymore right then. It was like it had thrown the rock in the pond and walked away while we watched the ripples. I went inside and found the little micro-cassette recorder my dad used to keep in a drawer. It had one of those tiny tapes and a flimsy built-in mic. The batteries were mostly dead. I slapped it on the counter, rummaged for fresh ones, got them in backwards first because my hands weren't steady, then fixed it and stepped back out on the deck, hitting record like a fool, thinking I was going to catch lightning twice. I pointed it at the trees. All I captured that second was my own breathing and a neighbor dog deciding to bark at a squirrel that wasn't there. I want to be clear on how the fear felt. It wasn't terror like a car accident where your vision shrinks to a tunnel and you act before you think. It was the slow kind that makes your mouth dry and your skin too tight and your ears pick up every tiny noise. It hurts after. It left my shoulders knotted all the next day. It sat on my back like a hand. We stood there longer than we should have, just staring at a line of trees that didn't move. The weird thing about being spooked by sound is that the world looks totally normal while your body screams that it isn't. The deckboards were still just deckboards under my feet. The pine bark still flaked the same way under my thumb. The air was still heavy and smelled like cut wood. The sound was gone, and yet everything felt wrong. We couldn't sit with it, so we did what you do when you don't know what else to do. We decided not to be home anymore. I told them I wanted to drive. Not a long drive, not far, just up the road and around the back ways, the 2-lane that snakes around toward Red Top Mountain State Park. We piled into the car with the windows down. No radio. We didn't need extra noise. The road was half lit by the leftovers of daylight and half swallowed by trees. Every curve made my shoulders pull up because I thought, against my own logic, that I'd turn and a shape would be in the headlights. It wasn't. It was a Tuesday night in North Georgia, and that's all. We passed the turn for the park. The sign looked ridiculous and normal. The entrance road disappeared into black. In the day, it's full of families and boats and coolers on wheels. That night, it looked like a mouth. Past that, we pulled into one of those gravel lots that overlooks a cove. The rocks under the tires popped. We killed the engine and listened. You could hear water slap against rock and a single owl calling from up the ridge. No cars, no people. Just that big empty night sound that used to make me feel safe and now made me think about tree lines with pins in them. I walked to the edge of the lot and could see the lake glinting between tree trunks. I didn't go down to the water. None of us did. I looked back toward where I knew our house would be, even though you can't see it from there. It all lined up in my head. The deck, the sound coming from left of the chimney and the oak, the ridge kicking up toward the mountain, and now me standing on gravel, listening to a whole lot of nothing. I wrote the time down on the envelope again. It felt important at the moment. Later, I looked at my handwriting and couldn't tell if I'd written 8:45 or 9:15. It didn't matter. The important part was the direction and the feeling. We sat there longer than we meant to. A car finally went by on the main road, and the sound of it was weirdly comforting because it was human and predictable and stopped where it should. We rolled the windows up and drove back. No drama, no shape crossing the road, no last-minute roar from the woods. Just tree shadows and a few yard lights, and the normal world pretending it had been normal all along. Back at the house, the dogs along the road were quiet again. The ones that bark at everything were back to ignoring the world. The porch light hummed. A moth banged itself against the bulb with that dry ticking noise. The deck waited with the half-driven screws shining in their holes because we'd left off in the middle of a board. We stood there in the beam of the light with nothing to point at and my envelope with notes that felt silly in my pocket. And the only thing I could think to say out loud was that the sounds had come from the same place, 2 nights running. I didn't need anyone to agree for me to know it. If the story ended there, it would already be enough for me. But there was one more thing that night that set the hook. I'd gone inside to grab a glass of water because my mouth felt like cotton. While the faucet ran, there was a split second where the house felt too quiet. I stood at the kitchen sink and held my breath and listened. My skin went cold. Then a neighborhood dog, maybe the shepherd, maybe one of the hounds, let out a long, flat howl that was way too close to the tone of the short scream that had started this. It didn't last as long, and it had the classic wobble of a dog voice in there, but it was aimed at that same note, and then it stopped like it had hit a wall. It was the strangest little echo. The room seemed to get smaller. I walked back out and didn't say much because I didn't want to be the one to keep it going. I asked my parents to keep track of anything else they heard after that. Write it down, note the time, note the direction. They nodded. We didn't have a plan beyond that. We aren't the kind of people who march into the woods chasing noises at night. We lock the door. We make a pot of coffee. We pretend the lake is only a lake and the hills are only hills. But that night, same as the night before, blew a hole in that pretending. There isn't a big finish. There's no video. There's no hero story about walking a trail at midnight and seeing eyes shine in the brush. It ended like the first night did. Quick and clean, like someone flipped a switch on the other side of those trees. The short, hissy scream came 3 times that I'm sure of. The dogs answered, and for a few seconds they tried to match it like they knew it. Then the world went back to normal, so fast it made me feel crazy. We finished the board we were on just to have something to do with our hands. We put the tools away, we shut the sliding door, we turned on the news and didn't hear a word they said. 2 nights, 2 different sounds, same direction out of the red-top mountainside. That's the part I can't get rid of. It wasn't a random fluke. It was something that lives in that band of woods and let us hear it twice. The worst moment wasn't even the sound itself. It was hearing those dogs change their voices and latch onto the note like they recognized who they were talking to. That cold ran down my back and hasn't really left. After the last quiet fell, there was nothing more to do but stand there listening to a yard that had gone back to being just a yard, and a deck that went back to being just boards and screws, and know that a few hundred yards in the dark, something had made a sound I can't name and then shut up like it never happened. And that's where it stops. 1 second there was a scream and an answer all over the neighborhood, and the next second there wasn't, and I still don't have a good box to put it in. Story 8. July 1999, Carroll County, Georgia. Wolf Creek, up by the High Shoals area. My brother and I had gone out there to get an evening of fishing in. It was hot, like it is every July here, the kind of heat that makes your shirt stick even in the shade. But down by the creek it felt better. You get that strip of air that runs cool over the water, and it takes the edge off. We weren't making a big trip out of it. 2 spinning rods, small tackle box, a cheap foam cooler with a couple bottles of water, bug spray, and boots we didn't mind getting soaked. We parked off a dirt turnout that locals use, where you can see the path drop down through laurel and rhododendron to the water. No one else was there. The light had that late-day look, long and low but still bright, sun down in the trees on the ridge. The creek was lower than it is in spring, but moving steady, clear over shallow gravel in spots, and then cutting deeper into dark pools under the outside edges of bends. The banks there are a mess of roots and red clay that slicks like soap if it's wet. We picked a spot just downstream from a small drop where the water fans out and gets calm for a stretch. I've pulled fish from that seam before. There's a big flat rock half in the water you can stand on, and if you cast up into the faster water and let it swing down, sometimes you get a hit right as it enters the pool. We were relaxed. This is the kind of place where you talk in half sentences and mostly listen to your line hiss a little while it peels out. I threw a small spinner first, something silver to catch the last of the light. My line was 8-pound test because of the brush. The first couple casts were nothing. I popped the bail the third time and watched the line arc thin across the current. Bugs were in my face, gnats, a horsefly doing lazy loops around my hat. A great blue heron 100 yards upstream froze and watched us like they do, then went back to looking for its dinner. Everything was regular and good. You could hear the small drop of the water just ahead of us and the low sound of the creek pushing past a log jam somewhere out of sight. There was at least another hour before we'd need headlamps. The first hit was a sound, not a fish. A splash exploded upstream and just around the slight bend, loud enough and big enough that both of us turned without meaning to. I've watched rocks roll off a bank into a creek. You get a certain shape to the water when that happens. A thump and a bloom and then a smoother roll. This was not that. This was a deep, heavy slap that hit and kept going with follow-through. It lifted water. It threw it. The spray carried far enough that it hit the leaves on our side and knocked a couple down. My first stupid thought was a boulder had fallen or a tree gave way, but there wasn't the grinding sound for a rock or the break and crack you get with a tree. It was just water going straight up and out and then raining back down. My brother stopped his cast mid-swing and the lure thumped down at his feet. We stood there like idiots, rods in our hands, trying to see around that slight bend without moving our feet. The surface calmed from the first chaos, then bulged weirdly again like something big was just under it. That's when a body came up. At first it was shoulder and back, and not enough for my brain to make sense of. The color was black-brown, not pure black like wet bark. It rose up through that shallower run into the pool, and there were arms, long ones, coming up with it. And the hands, whatever you want to call the ends, came down and hit the water flat and hard. It wasn't swimming. It wasn't flailing like a person who slipped. It was slapping water on purpose. Every hit threw another sheet up and out. It took 2 steps, maybe 3, in that deeper water, and those steps looked like someone walking through waist-deep surf, except it did it with this solid, easy strength. The back on it was huge, domed in the shoulders, with no real neck visible. Hair slicked to it by the water, so you could see the lay of muscle underneath. I could pick out the way the shoulder blades moved under the hair when it lifted its arms. The arms hung so long they reached well past where mine would, and they swung them with purpose. We froze. I don't mean we decided to be quiet. I mean our bodies decided to be furniture. The distance wasn't exact science, but that bend is not far from where we stood. 25 to 30 yards is the best call I can make now, not across a football field. Right there in front of us, close enough that I could see the water beads sliding off hair. The thing didn't turn to look. It didn't sniff in the air like a bear sometimes does when it knows you're there, but can't place you. It did not act like we existed at all. It moved around in that water like it was enjoying it, splashing with its forearms, rolling shoulders, big and systematic. Not random flops, heavy lob slaps. It was the weirdest mix I've ever seen, something that size throwing water around like a kid, but with no kid in the way it was built. If you want ash and sulfur and all that, there wasn't any. No smell I can remember different from the creek and wet vegetation. The wind went light, and the only thing I could hear besides my own heart in my ears was the smack of those arms and the sheet of the falls upstream. A dragonfly skimmed the surface at the edge of the pool, and I remember noticing it because my brain was anchoring to anything normal. My rod tip sat dead still with line slack. My mouth felt dry. I didn't want to swallow because I didn't want to make any noise at all, like it would snap the scene into noticing us. I've stumbled on black bear in water before. They float a lot. They paddle. They look lighter than they are when they're buoyed up. They have that rounded rump and they don't carry their weight like this thing did. This held itself in the water like it was still walking forest ground under it. The back line didn't go soft. The steps read like steps, not paddles. And the length of those arms, if you want one detail that sticks like a thorn, it's that. The reach was wrong for a person and too defined for a bear on two. The forearms were long and looked heavy, even soaked. And when it set them down to slap water, the power was there in the way the water answered. It went on like that for what felt like forever and was probably 2 to 3 minutes, based on how long it took the sun to slide a little and the edge of my shadow to move on the rock. It was not quick. There was time for me to have about 6 different wrong ideas and throw them out. There was time for my brother to give me that side look without moving his head, the one that asks a question you don't want to answer out loud. There was time for my hands to start shaking because the adrenaline had nowhere to go. At one point it paused, not a full stop, more like it reached a point in the movement and held it, arms lowered, water shedding off in ropes. The whole woods felt like they did something weird then. It's going to sound dramatic, but the background sound went shallow. The air felt like the second before a clap of thunder, only there wasn't any storm. I could hear individual drips off a leaf 5 feet away and yet couldn't hear the usual chatter from the brush. That pause is when fear hit me hardest. Not when it threw water, not with the first rise, that quiet moment where it just stood with water washing around its hips and everything else refused to make a regular noise. It turned then. It wasn't jerky. It didn't throw a fit. It pivoted from the center like it had a hinge and took one long step toward the opposite bank. That bank there is steep. It's red clay under the leaf litter and it's chewed up by runoff and deer tracks. You put a foot wrong on it and you're on your face with mud on your chest. This thing went up it like it was a ramp built to code. That's the part that made my brain feel like it was bouncing around inside my head. The ease. One step, another, each one biting into the slope without slide. It didn't use its hands to pull. It didn't need to grab roots or push on the ground with knuckles. It walked, heavy, steady, committed. The back and shoulders flexed under the hair. Leaves jumped as its hip brushed past them. The clay gave in little puffs. And then it was in the trees. It didn't explode into them. It slipped into them like someone who lives there and knows which branches to push and which to let brush by. I hardly saw the face. I looked for it as it started up, but the angle of the bank and the way the hair lay and the light made it a dark oval under a brow that looked heavy. If the eyes were there, they were dark and didn't catch a glint in the few seconds I had. The head sat forward more than a person's would. No neck in a way that made sense for that build. If someone wanted me to draw it, I wouldn't be able to get the face right because I didn't get it. The body, though, the shoulder width, the thickness of the thighs, the length of those arms, those are burned in. When it was gone, there wasn't a big crack and run in the brush. There wasn't a path torn open. There was a rustle that trailed off faster than you would expect, and then there was just the creek and the little waterfall and the kind of silence that only lives right after you've been convinced you were looked at, even if you weren't. My chest hurt in that way, where you realize you've been holding your breath. I let it out slow. My brother took a step, and his boot made a louder sound than I wanted it to, and I winced like it would call the whole thing back. We didn't talk. Not then. We kept our eyes on the spot where it had gone up because it felt like if we looked away, it would swing back into view without warning. After a long minute, I realized my line had drifted and wrapped around a twig at my feet. I reeled it, absent-minded, hands not steady, and the click of my bail sounded like a gunshot. Everything was too loud. I kept expecting the heron upstream to fly to confirm things were wrong, but it stayed and did heron things, which messed with me. How does a bird just go on with life after something like that walks past? We moved upstream a dozen cautious steps and looked at the place where it had gone up. The water there held a brownish cloud where clay had been kicked in, and it swirled in a lazy circle against the edge before slipping down the current. A couple leaves circled like little boats. On the bank, I could see where the clay had compressed darker ovals. Nothing camera clean. The edges were mush. If you wanted toes, you weren't going to get toes. It was too churned, too much fresh debris fallen back in. One print farther up looked like a deep heel with the upper edge of something like a ball. But even as I saw it, I knew how anyone else would see it. The slope had been wet under the top layer. Anything big would leave collapsed edges, and that's what we had. I didn't step closer. I didn't put my boot in for scale. I didn't step into that place it had just stepped out of. My body had a rule about that I didn't know I had until then. We stood like that until the clay cloud ran out and the water went clear again. It took longer than I expected. Time crawled, snapped forward, then crawled again. When my brain started restarting, it threw all the practical questions at me at once. Bear? Person? Some idiot in a ghillie suit? The bear idea died fast. I've seen a bear stand and I've watched one swim. They don't move like this did. Their shoulders roll different. The person idea felt like I was lying to myself. A person would have to be huge and would have to have legs that long and would have to be willing to splash around in a creek for minutes, making zero noise besides water, and then climb a wet clay bank without slipping or grabbing anything. You can say waders or costume or whatever you want, but the skin under the hair looked like skin, and where the hair lay down, you could see the muscle move in a way that foam and fabric don't. And no person so willingly shows up to two guys with rods in a creek and plays in the water like that without wanting to be seen. This thing didn't want anything to do with us. We reeled up. I felt stupid doing it in slow motion, like a movie where the character can't look away from the haunted thing. That's not what I was trying to be. I was trying not to turn my back on the bank. We made our way back down the path we'd come in on. The brush scraped at my shirt and left damp marks. I kept thinking I'd hear a second splash from behind us and didn't. The car looked exactly like it had when we left it. That felt wrong. My hands missed the key slot once. My mouth was dry enough that taking a drink of hot water from a bottle felt like work. We didn't race out. We didn't stomp the gas and fishtail in the dirt. We drove steadier than we needed to, tires popping over small rocks, and the creek kept running like it didn't have anything to do with us. On the way back to the road, there's a spot where you can look through the trees and see the ribbon of water shining if the light is right. I looked. It was just a creek. That made me angrier than scared for a second, like the world was playing dumb. If you're looking for stink or screams or a chase, you won't get it from me. We got a giant splash that stopped me in my tracks. A black-brown body standing in the creek, slapping water like it meant it. A pause that sucked all the background sound right out of the woods. And then a turn and a climb up a slope too steep for it to be as easy as it looked. The whole thing from splash to gone was minutes. No warning, no goodbye. The size of it is what grabs you if you're not ready for it. If I had to put numbers on it, a little over 2 meters tall if it were on flat ground next to me, maybe more. Hard to say when you're looking at it half in water, and it carried itself like it was all muscle, pushing near 200 kilos. The way it moved made big, carry a different weight in my head. I didn't count steps up the bank, 3 or 4, enough to make my stomach drop with how sure-footed they were. I'm not going to say I never went back. That creek is part of my life. I've been fishing since before I had my license. But that specific bend, That spot by that little drop, that one has a hold on me. I've gone past there and I've looked for signs I could explain, for bear prints where there shouldn't be bear or drag marks that don't fit. And I've found scuffs that make me stop and stare, and then I walk on because staring hasn't ever turned them into anything else. I didn't have a camera that day. Even if I had, I don't think I would have lifted it. I wouldn't have taken my eyes off it. It ended like somebody cut the tape. One moment, water everywhere, arms throwing sheets into the air, my legs tense, my hands shaking on a rod I wasn't using. The next, the water's back to its run, and leaves are making regular leaf noises again, and the heron up the way is hunting like it's any Thursday in July. There's no ribbon to tie on. It happened, and it just stopped. I'm left with the sound of that first splash in my chest, and the sight of those long arms, and the way the creek for a minute felt like it belonged to something else entirely. And that's all I've got. It hit, it climbed, it was gone, and I still don't have a way to make it make sense. Story 9. August 13th, 1999, Gwynette County, Georgia. We were finishing up dinner in the dining room, plates pushed back, that heavy after-meal quiet where everyone's talking less and feeling full. Nothing fancy. Leftover fried chicken, green beans, cornbread, coffee on the table. No beer, no wine. I know that matters because people always ask. The back of the house faces a strip of woods, a low swale that runs behind a few yards and connects down to a creek. It's one of those suburban edges where the lawns end. Then there's a wall of pine and sweet gum, and beyond that it's tangle, vines, briars, a few old oaks. Then the creek and a floodplain nobody keeps up. It was warm and still, the kind of thick night where the house holds heat even after the sun is gone. The sliding glass door to the patio was cracked a couple inches to let air through the screen. You could hear crickets and the soft hiss of the AC kicking on and off. A neighbor's back porch light glowed off to the right through some leaves. Nothing felt off. It was a normal Friday night. The first sound came like it had been waiting for the moment when we were all settled. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't a series. It was one high, deep roar that came from right back in those trees and cut through everything else. I'm calling it a roar because I don't know what else to call a sound that high and that low at the same time. It wasn't a coyote yip or a fox scream. Coyotes scale up and down and turn into a racket. Foxes slice the air and break at the end. This had weight and a pitch that grabbed you in the middle of your chest and tied a knot there. It vibrated the sliding door. I felt that. A buzz in the glass and in my ribs. The women were up and at the windows before I could even push my chair back. Instinct. Something in that sound made all of us stand without thinking. My brother-in-law and I ended up on the patio in the next breath. The porch light kicked on with that hum. I keep a rifle in a rack near the back door. Common sense when you live on the edge of woods, and we've had feral dogs come through. It's a lever-action .30-30 I've had forever, with a leather sling that's got sweat stains darkening it. I picked it up because my hands moved that way before my head got there. The metal felt cooler than the air. I thumbed the loading gate, felt the weight, eased the hammer to half-cock, not because I wanted to point it at anything, but because empty hands felt stupid in that moment. There's a big mag light we keep by the door too, the old 3D cell one that doubles as a baton. It's heavy and throws a tight yellow beam. I grabbed that for my other hand, and I remember feeling how wrong the smooth metal felt against my damp palm. We took 3 steps out into the patio light. The backyard is a rectangle of grass with a stone path that curves around a little fire pit we never really used. It runs flat for a bit and then drops off a couple feet to a line of young pines and scrub, then the real woods. You can throw a ball from the patio and hit the first pine. That's how close it is. The second roar came while I was trying to find the right angle to put the flashlight into the tree line. It was shorter than the first, but just as strong. It reached up the back of my neck and grabbed every hair. I could feel my skin shrink like I'd stepped into cold water. I think I said something out loud, but it was nothing useful. Just the kind of sound you make when your brain is too busy telling your body to be bigger than it is. My brother-in-law just stood with his hands down and his shoulders up, that tight cornered posture guys do when they want to look ready but aren't sure how to be. I raised the flashlight and hit the gap between two pines first. That light jumped around like I couldn't hold it steady. I wasn't shaking as bad as it looked, but the beam made it obvious that I wasn't a rock either. The moment the beam lit up the first layer of trunks and vines, everything shut up. The crickets, the nightbirds, the low rumble of whatever had been moving its voice through the trees. It went dead silent in a way I hadn't felt before. It wasn't natural quiet. It was shut-off quiet. I remember the way my ears almost rang because my brain wanted a sound that wasn't there. The hair on my arms prickled. That was the worst second of the whole thing for me. That instant where the light hit the skin of the woods and the whole place held its breath. It felt like something had put a hand over the mouth of the night. Then the world broke open. It started as a single heavy step and turned into a wall of crashing brush, coming from off to the left, not right where I had the beam. It sounded like weight, like mass. I've heard deer crash through underbrush, and they clatter and scrape and bounce. This was plow. It was the noise of something big, forcing its way straight through, not trying to go around anything. Branches popped in a way that wasn't twigs. Saplings thumped back after being shoved. Vines snapped with that rubbery tear you get when kudzu gives up. Underneath all that, there were low sounds I can only call grunts. Short, chesty, rough. Not pig, not bear huff. These were shorter, pushed, like someone clearing a throat while running. I swung the light toward the left and caught movement that wasn't clean enough to name. The beam cut across leaves and trunks and shadows moving behind them. The distance back there from the yard to the creek is not much, maybe 30, 40 yards to the water, and less to the first big trees. I couldn't make out a shape, but I could hear the direction and the speed. It was moving parallel to our yard, not straight at us, blowing through the undergrowth like the brush meant nothing. The beam made that leaf shimmer effect, where everything you don't want to see looks like it's moving. I tried to hold the light steady and bring the rifle up, not to shoot, but to have between me and that. My finger was nowhere near the trigger. It felt like the butt of it was all that linked me to not feeling naked. The women were calling from inside. I couldn't hear their words through the door, just the tone. That pitched, tight sound people make when they want you inside now. My brother-in-law stepped back toward the door, and whatever it was in the woods matched that moment with a burst of noise that rattled my ribcage. It was like it decided to tell us, I'm here, and I am big, and I can come through if I want to. That's the best I can do with words. You felt it. For 2 or 3 seconds, it was a tractor noise in leaves and dead wood, and then it cut the way it started. The sudden stop on the crash was as bad as the stop on the night sounds. It went from wham, wham, wham to nothing. No branch finishing its fall, no footfalls trailing off, just nothing. The seconds after that felt like standing on a porch with a storm just off the street. You know it's right there, but you don't see it. And you can't decide if you should stare harder or shut the door. Every muscle in my back wanted to walk me backward into the kitchen. Pride kept me a half step out on the patio with that stupid flashlight shaking a little. I swept the edges of the lawn and the first trunks again and saw nothing but the beam bouncing off leaves and reflecting a little off the eyes of a spider in its web. I didn't smell anything special. People want to know that. If there was a smell, it didn't make it across the yard to me. The air was thick and just smelled like summer. The silence held for a minute that stretched way too long. A neighbor 2 yards down flipped a porch light on, probably because their dog had started making noise when ours did. That extra pool of yellow in the corner of my left eye felt like help. It wasn't. Light didn't change, that we were looking at dark trees, and something heavy had just plowed through and then gone completely quiet. We backed into the house, the door shut with that soft thump the rubber seal makes, and I engaged the lock with my thumb in a motion I've done 1,000 times that never felt like it mattered until then. We left the porch light on. I set the rifle on the counter and realized how sweaty my palm had gotten by the darker stripe it left on the wood. We stood at the glass and watched. The porch's pool of light made the yard look too bright and the tree line too dark. I thought for a second about killing the light to see out better, and then thought about how much darker the yard would feel and couldn't make myself do it. We waited. The night slowly crept back. A cricket here, a tree frog there. No more roars, no more moving wall of brush. It was like nothing had happened, except all of our bodies knew it had. I could feel my pulse in strange places, at my temples, behind my eyes. My brother-in-law let out one of those long breaths you don't know you were holding. We turned on a couple more lights inside and sat down without meaning to. It felt fake, being in a normal room. Everything normal felt too shiny. A spoon against a cup made me flinch. I didn't sleep right after. We checked the locks on the front and garage doors like it would matter. At some point, the adrenaline dip hit me and I felt wrung out, like my muscles had been clenched for hours. I kept replaying that moment the beam hit the trees and the night shut off like a switch. That was the worst part. The roar was bad, the crash was bad, the silence punched me. The next morning, after coffee and a half hour of talking about anything but what we were going to do, I took the rifle and went out there. I know some people will roll their eyes. I know some people will say, don't go into woods chasing a noise. I'm not saying it was smart. I'm saying I had to see. Daylight makes liars out of night sometimes. I wanted that. I wanted to find a branch that fell and convince myself we had worked ourselves up over nothing. That's not what I found. The grass at the back of our yard showed the path we'd paced. 2 tracks where we'd worn it a touch flat. Then that little lip where the yard drops. Past the lip the scrub starts. I stepped in and felt the temperature drop a bit. The ground under the layer of pine straw was hard clay. It's not forgiving. You don't get perfect prints unless the spot is muddy. I wasn't expecting big, clean tracks. I wasn't wrong. There weren't neat footprints to cast, but straight away you could see something had been there. Not once, not deer, but something heavy, cutting a line through. The first thing that hit me was broken vine. Kudzu and greenbrier that normally pull back like rubber had been snapped, not frayed ends from being tugged or cut with a mower, snapped and twisted. There were sweet gum saplings with their tops bent over and stuck into other branches like somebody had shoved them down and left them hooked. A small cedar had bark scuffed off one side at shoulder height for me, higher than a deer rub. Wrong type of tree for that anyway. Twigs and branches lay in a line like a snowplow had gone through, but with no tire tracks. It ran parallel to the back fences of 3 houses, about 8 to 10 feet wide in spots, narrower in others when the brush was heavier. If a person had done it with a 4-wheeler or a mower, there would have been a path for the machine. There wasn't. If a group of kids had gone at it with sticks, there would have been choppy little marks. These were long, consistent breaks. I walked that line. The creek runs through a shallow cut, and you can smell it before you see it. Mud and a little rot from leaves. The damage went right to where the ground starts to fall toward the water. There it looked worse, like whatever it was had fought vines and just decided to shoulder through instead. In one place, a young pine was bent back and sprung, and the sap was sticky on the break. I touched my finger to it and brought it to my nose out of habit. It smelled like pine. That shouldn't be a spooky detail, but something about fresh sap and broken green wood makes your head tell you it was recent. Because it was. I looked for prints down by the creek bank, where maybe the ground would give me something. There were depressions, places where something bigger than me had put weight, but no toes, no clear heel with edges you could take to someone and say, "Here, look at this." Just smashed leaf litter and a couple of pushed-in spots where the clay was wet enough to hold a shape and then slumped. I crouched there for a long time, the rifle across my knees, listening. The creek gurgled like always. A squirrel scolded somewhere up the bank. A mosquito landed on my wrist and I let it. I didn't want to make the noise of slapping anything. I kept going, following where the line of broken brush cut back up toward the floodplain. It went on for yards. Torn vines, scuffed bark. One small tree actually twisted around itself a quarter turn. I stood there and tried to imagine what you'd have to do with your hands to twist a sapling like that. Two people with a pipe, some weird wind microburst. It didn't fit. The scale didn't fit. The consistency was wrong for wind and too high and too wide for pigs. Hogs tunnel. They leave low messes and churned mud. This was chest-high damage in places on me. It kept going and then thinned where the woods open up a bit farther back. I followed it until I realized I couldn't see my yard between the trunks anymore and suddenly felt stupid for having walked that far in on my own. That creeping fear crawled up my spine then, sudden and cold. Pride had gotten me into the trees. Instinct wanted me out. I don't know if I stood up straighter or made myself small. I didn't run. My legs wanted to. I turned around and walked back at a steady pace, eyes on the trail of damage because I didn't want to lose it and get turned around. Every bird rustle sounded like something big changing its mind about coming back to check on me. My mouth was dry. The rifle felt heavier. It's a real thing. Your arms get shorter when you're scared. When I stepped back into our yard and the grass hit my ankles, I felt that weird shift again, like the woods had closed behind me and I'd left something I shouldn't have seen. In the daylight, everything looked small. The distance between the patio and the trees shrank. The row of pines looked like a screen, nothing more. That made it worse in a different way. It isn't the kind of wilderness you see in documentaries. It's a strip of trees behind houses, then a creek you can hop across. That's exactly why it's under my skin. Whatever made that noise and that path doesn't care how manicured your lawn is. I didn't call anyone official. I wouldn't even know what to say on the phone that wouldn't turn into a joke. "Hey!" something yelled behind my house and then tore a corridor through my trees. We told a couple of neighbors to keep an eye on their pets and kids. That was it. When people asked later why I started bringing the rifle when I went back there to clear brush or check the fence, I said coyotes or feral dogs, because that's an answer people accept. The truth is, I don't step into those trees without a gun now. And even with it, I don't feel big. I feel like a man with a tool that might make noise but won't change how small I am compared to something that can rip a path through green wood and make silence fall by just being there. What sticks the most is that 1 second at the beginning. The flashlight beam went into the first row of trunks and it was like someone hit a mute button on the whole woods. That's it. That's the center of it for me. The roars are conversation pieces, if I wanted to make them that. The brush crash is the part you tell your buddies to get a reaction. But that's silence. That tells me it knew exactly when we were watching. That silence is why, when I think I smell just a hint of crushed green, or when the night feels flat behind the house in August, I go inside and slide the door shut on instinct. Then pretend I had a reason to be in the kitchen anyway. It ended like a switch. 1 minute a voice out in the trees that had no place in my head was making our window glass hum. Then the light hit and everything held its breath. Then something huge plowed a line like it owed the underbrush money, and then just nothing. No clean ending. No proof to show someone who doesn't want to believe me. The next day gave me a corridor twisted and snapped from my yard to the creek, and not a single footprint crisp enough to photograph. That's all I have. A night that tied a knot in my chest and a daytime walk that cut the knot a little but left the rope. I still don't have a box to put it in, and I still don't step into those woods empty-handed. Story 10. August 20th, 1999, Gilmer County, Georgia. I remember the day so clearly because it was supposed to be routine. The kind of mountain job that takes an afternoon and a pad of graph paper. I measure windows for a living, Back then, it was just me and a truck with a ladder rack, a clipboard, a 25-foot tape, a chalk pencil, and a couple of dog-eared catalogues under the seat. A builder I'd worked with called and said there was a new A-frame shell up a gravel road off a ridge, no windows in yet. Could I run up and get rough openings so he could order? No rush, but if I did it that week, he'd pay me on the spot. Simple as that. The drive up was the usual mountain mix, blacktop giving way to patched asphalt, then a turn onto a gravel road that narrowed until it felt like I was driving up someone's driveway, even though the GPS, the old kind that couldn't find much, insisted it was a road. It was hot, but up in the trees it felt 10 degrees cooler than town. Everything smelled like sap and dust. My truck chirped stones under the tires, and the trees leaned in close enough to paint pinstripes down the sides. The cabin sat on a cut pad, fresh dirt pushed out into a slope on one side and a short drop on the other where you could see a faint view through the trunks. The shell had a roof on, green metal, bright against the wood, and the wrap was on most of the outside walls, Tyvek flapping faintly where the staple pattern missed. The deck ran along the front, wide and new, with clean raw boards still bright. No windows or doors yet, just framed openings where they'd go. No crew, no work trucks, no generator hum. Just my tires ticking as they cooled, and the early afternoon cicadas starting up. I parked nose in, left room to turn around, because you learn fast not to paint yourself into a corner on a mountain pad. I killed the engine and sat a second, listening. Normal woods noise. A jay fussed a couple ridges over. A breeze I couldn't feel moved the very tops of the poplars. The house wrap snapped. The kind of soundscape that makes you feel like you're the only person there. I grabbed my clipboard and tape and stepped out. The gravel under my boots had that crunchy newness. A few lengths of scrap 2x were scattered near the deck steps. A coffee cup someone forgot sat on its side, leaking brown into dust. And a length of plastic banding from a lumber bundle lay twisted near a pile of offcuts. The deck stairs were on the left, 4 risers down to the dirt. I think I was halfway around the front of the truck when I saw them. 2 figures on the deck. My brain did the dumbest thing and tried to make them into people. I went straight to, maybe the builder's guys are here, because that's what would have made sense. One was smaller and grayish, the other taller and brown. Not grey like a hoodie, grey like hair gone sun-bleached and dirty. The brown one was a shade darker, like wet bark. They weren't hunched over working, they were standing, and they were not in clothes. That's what threw the first wrench into my head. I stopped. They were 15, maybe 20 yards away on the planks. The smaller one was between my height and a head above, the bigger one a head above that again. I didn't put a tape to them. I had that hard gut sense of size you get when you see something that fills a space. The deck boards ran tight, and I watched the boards flex under the brown one's foot when it shifted. My mind tried to go to 2 black bears, because we have those here. But bears don't look like that, standing square and still. Bears don't set a foot down and flex a deck in a straight line like a person does. Bears on 2 legs wobble. These 2 didn't wobble. I couldn't see faces in detail, not from that angle and not with the roof casting shadow, but I saw hair all the way, shoulder to foot. Not fur like a pelt, hair long in some places, shorter in others, matted where it lay thick. The brown one's shoulders looked like a coat thrown over a sawhorse, too wide for a human frame, neck buried in muscle. Arms hung low in a way that made my own arms feel too short. The grey one was just smaller enough that my mind kept calling it younger, though I have no right to that word. They did not panic. They did not bolt like deer or huff and drop like bears. They turned, one after the other, and walked down the deck steps like they had built them, like they'd used those steps a dozen times and knew where the squeak was. The grey one stepped first, left, right, exact placement, then the brown one. I watched the top rail of the stairs wobble with the weight going down, saw dust kick off a tread with one of the drops. The sound was thump, thump, wood to wood, not claws on steps. The path at the bottom of the steps had been kicked in by boots over a few weeks, packed dirt with a stripe of pine needles down the middle. They hit that path and took it into the trees, not fast, not slow, purposeful pace like they were late for nothing. I didn't breathe for a second. Every warning system in my body fired and hit the brakes at the same time. The truck door might as well have been a mile from my hand for how heavy my arm felt. My chest went tight and my stomach turned cold in the heat. The only thought that made it out through that flood was, don't make a noise. That and the second stupid thought, if I start the truck, I won't be able to hear where they went. They disappeared into the green, no big crash. Leaves shifted and settled. A small sapling bowed and sprang back once. I stood there like a yard ornament. My eyes went hard on the spot where the trail turns, like if I stared long enough, it would give them back. It didn't. In the space they left behind, the deckboards gleamed, the house wrap snapped, and my mind tried on explanations like hats, bear, prank, neighbors' weird dogs on two legs. Each one fell off. I checked my watch an absurd number of times while I waited. 5 minutes became 10, turned into 15. I told myself out loud, quietly, that I'd give it a half hour. If nothing came back out of those trees by then, I'd either leave or get the numbers and go. There was no cell service up there then. The old brick of a phone in my glove box turned into a useless brick. So I stood with my back to the truck and watched the mouth of that path and counted to 60 over and over under my breath. Cicadas wound up, then down. The heat inside the cab punched out of the open window and made my arms sweat. While I stood, a hawk rode a thermal over the ridge and circled like nothing under it was out of place. Around the 30-minute mark, I stopped counting and just listened. The woods got back to sounding normal. That made me brave in a fake way. I picked up the maglite from behind my seat because it felt wrong to walk up there with only a tape measure and a pencil, and I started toward the stairs. Up close, the steps showed what I thought I saw from the truck. Dust scuffed where a weight had hit, a little crescent mark in the grime on a tread where something pushed off. No claw tracks, no cartoon impression you could make a cast of. Just use. The top newel post had a smear of dirt at shoulder height for me, as if something brushed it going by. I avoided the spot like it might be hot. The deck had that fresh pine smell under the sun, sticky where knots bled sap. The house wrap flapped twice to remind me there was nothing between me and the inside. Inside was one big room still open to the rafters. OSB subfloor, framing clean, nail heads proud in a few places. The rough openings for the front windows were tall and empty, strong light coming through and making stripes on the floor. You could see the deck through them. There were piles of scrap in corners, offcuts, a coil of Romex, a couple empty water bottles crushed flat, someone's rag that looked like a shirt ripped down the middle and retied. In the back left, beyond where a hallway would be, there was a darker corner not hit by the window light because the sun was on the other side of the roof. That's where the smell hit. An old, damp, lived-in smell that didn't belong in a new build. Not rot, not dead. More like wet dog and dirt and sweat ground into wood. It made my tongue feel thick. I edged that way with the flashlight low because bright beams in the day make me feel ridiculous. I wasn't trying to spook anything but myself. The corner was a tag wall waiting for drywall. The studs made a box, and inside that box, something had been made. Calling it a bed feels like giving it more intention than I want to, but that's the only word I have. Sticks and small branches laid down like the first layer of a bird's nest, then more on top, then green boughs from laurel or pine, then a layer of cloth, scraps. I recognized a chunk of house wrap stapled to itself in a wad, half a t-shirt with a logo I couldn't place, part of a flannel sleeve, and what looked like two triangles cut from the same blue tarp folded over. It wasn't thrown there like trash. It was tucked. It was pressed down and smoothed in the center, an oval shape less than a mattress, but more than a dog bed. The edges had debris stuck up like a low wall. It looked slept in, lived in. I looked down. and saw my boot had left a print just outside that boundary. That was the second fear, the gut punch one. I'd seen those two walk down the steps like owners going to check on something, and now I was standing with my dumb tape measure in a room that had a bed built where a bed doesn't belong. I had a sudden, clear picture of something walking in behind me and wanting me out in a way that had nothing to do with talking. I backed away so fast, my heel hit a scrap of 2x and rolled, and I had to pinwheel an arm to keep from going down. The flashlight washed a wild stripe of light across studs and the open sky beyond the rafters, and I hated that, the way it flashed panic onto everything. I forced myself to measure 3 rough openings, left, center, right, tape hooked, arm out, scribble numbers that may or may not be legible later, width, height, a note about the thickness of the wall. My writing on the graph paper came out like a doctor's script because my hand wouldn't stop vibrating. Every tiny noise had edges, wrap snapping, a nail pinging as it shifted with heat, the soft thud of my heartbeat in my ears. I could hear it. I took 2 steps back toward the doorway, looked once over my shoulder at that pile in the corner because my brain demanded I check again, and then I left. I didn't run. I walked too fast for someone who wasn't supposed to be scared. The deck boards made that hollow thump, and each one felt like it would call out to the tree line, "I'm here, I'm here." The sun tightened on my arms as I came out from under the roof. My truck looked wrong and small and perfect. I tossed the clipboard onto the passenger seat, and it slid and smacked into the door pocket and dumped pencils everywhere. The stupidest sound in the world, and my hand still fumbled the key. It went in on the second try. The engine turned over like nothing about the day was odd. Gravel scrunched. I turned the truck carefully, not too fast, because that's how you end up stuck, and that's how you end up having to get out again when you don't want to. I checked my mirrors and caught myself looking at the deck as if those two would be back, standing on the boards, watching me go. It was empty. The wrap flapped. A leaf skittered across the planks and stuck in a seam. On the way down the road, my breathing finally started to catch up with my body. The trees opened a handful of times and showed me slices of the opposite ridge and the way the light lay on it, like all that existed was a pretty late summer afternoon. The radio was off, and when I tried to switch it on for noise, the announcer's voice made me flinch like someone had spoken inside the cab. I turned it off and drove in the heavy quiet that comes after adrenaline when your head starts putting things into boxes they don't fit. People always ask me 2 questions when I tell this. Are you sure they weren't bears? And did you see tracks? I know bears. I can tell you the gait of a bear on 2 legs and the way a bear looks when it steps off something it doesn't understand. I can tell you the sound of claws clacking on old deck boards versus feet hitting with the pad of skin under them. These didn't clack. The way they took those steps would be hard to fake even if you tried for a camera. Heel down, weight through, second foot, rail flex. Tracks? No clean footprints. It was dry. Dust, scuffed where something heavy moved. A smear on a post. You could talk yourself out of it if you wanted to. The thing I can't talk myself away from is the bed. I've walked a lot of half-finished rooms. I've found where raccoons get in and make a mess. I've seen where dogs sneak and sleep on insulation. I've never seen a pile like that, layered and built and pressed, inside a house that's months from a door, with the fresh stink of a live body on it. I didn't call the builder right away. I drove to the foot of the mountain, pulled off where the pavement started again, and sat with the engine ticking as it cooled and the clipboard in my lap, staring at the numbers I'd written down. They looked like a code I didn't write. I considered lying, saying, found a bear nest, better wait on windows. But nothing about what I saw fit bear nest, and also, that isn't a thing. I ended up telling him I had the measurements, that the site was quiet, and that I didn't hang around because the weather was turning. That last part was a lie. The sky was perfect. I went back to that cabin once, months later, after the windows were in and the siding was up. Different job, screen doors. The place looked lived in, not by monsters or myths, by people. There were kids' bikes leaned against the rail, a wind chime on a hook by the front corner, a welcome mat that had already caught a stain. The bed corner inside was drywall now, paint and trim. A love seat sitting where the nest had been, a throw blanket folded nicer than any cloth I'd seen there the first time. I stood there with a tape and thought about two shapes stepping down like they owned the place, and I felt the skin on my arms go tight all over again. I keep telling myself I'll never have a moment like that again. Then I'll be up on a ridge on a quiet job. The house will be silent in that way unfinished houses are, big and raw, and I'll smell damp hair and dirt for a split second, and my chest will get that cold. I know how it sounds written out, and I'm not trying to sell it to anyone who doesn't want to buy it. I'm just putting down what happened that day. Two figures on a new deck who moved like people and not like bears, the careful way they went down the steps, the trail taking them without any rush, the long 30 minutes where I counted the seconds and listened for something that never came back, and that bed in the dark corner built out of sticks and cloth like a nest. The fear came in two waves. Once, when I watched them walk off like they had the right to, and again when I realized my boot was inches from the thing they slept on. It ended the way things like this seem to end. 1 second the deck had weight on it that I felt in my knees even from the ground. 30 minutes later, the house held the smell of something that didn't belong, and I stood there measuring holes in walls with a tape that shook. Then I was back in my truck with my own smell of sweat and dust, and the woods behind me pretended to be just trees. I don't have a better box to put it in than this. In Gilmer County, on a quiet Friday, I walked into a place that wasn't mine and found out the hard way that sometimes we're the ones borrowing space. Then it was over, like someone cut a tape mid-scene and left me holding a clipboard full of numbers I wrote with a hand that wouldn't stay still. Story 11. Thanksgiving night, 1999, White County, Georgia. I was coming back down Highway 75 after spending the evening at my daughter's place. It was late enough that traffic had thinned to nothing. The air was cold, that kind of North Georgia cold where it hurts a little when you first step outside, and the sky was clear. I wasn't in a rush. I had the heater on low, the radio off, and a pie tin on the passenger seat, with foil over it, sliding a little on the vinyl every time I took a curve. The road up there rolls, long straight stretches broken by little dips and the occasional gentle bend, pasture on one side for a while, a tree line and a low swale on the other. I've driven it 100 times without thinking about it. I remember how quiet the inside of the car felt. Tires humming, a rattle from the glove box when I hit a seam in the asphalt, the faint whine from the blower fan. No music, no talking, no streetlights up there, just my headlights coloring everything in that flat yellow. I keep high beams on when there's no oncoming traffic. That night I had them up. You can see the reflectors on the posts along the ditch light up in pairs like eyes when you do that. It calms me to see far ahead. There's a place just past a little rise where the road crosses a low, wet patch. On the right, there's cattle pasture, barbed wire running along a shallow ditch, those grey posts every few yards, sometimes a salt block sitting near a gate. On the left, the ground dips down to a creek that runs under the road through a big culvert. When it's been wet, you can smell the mud and see fog catch low in that dip, a pale strip where the cold air settles. That night it wasn't foggy, but the swampy smell was there when I hit that stretch. The culvert sits back a little. You only notice it if you know to look. The bank on the far side of the road drops off quick into brush. Then the little stream threads out under vines. I was just rolling into that stretch when the headlights picked up movement at the edge of the beam. Right side, just beyond the white line where the gravel starts. My first dumb thought was a person. The shape stepped into the light and my brain went to naked man, because human is what your mind goes to when it sees 2 legs and arms. And skin color is what it reaches for when the color reads wrong. Whatever this was, it wasn't pale. It was dark all over, and the movement in that 1 second told my body the thing before my brain caught up. Not a man. It crossed into the lane smoothly, but with a weight I could feel in the way it moved. It wasn't a sprint. It wasn't a deer's dart with a head high and a bounce. It was a long, low walk, hunched forward like the shoulders and upper back were built to carry weight, and the hips were doing the stepping. The arms were long, down to mid-thigh or a shade lower, and heavy, not dangling sticks. The whole body was covered in hair that my lights made look a dark brown, maybe some lighter bits where the beam thinned out at the edges. Not shaggy like a dog with long winter coat, more like a thick, coarse layer that lay to the shape of the body and moved with it. The back had a slope to it, not straight up and down like a person. The head sat forward some, like the neck didn't stand out, and the top of the head wasn't round. It seemed to come to a gentle forward rise. The legs were thick, and the stride was longer than mine would be by a lot. I hit the brake without meaning to. Not a slam. I didn't want to lose control on that cold road, but enough that the nose of the car dipped and the pie tin slid harder against the seat. My hands tightened on the wheel so fast my knuckles hurt. I felt the seatbelt bite my chest. My eyes locked on it. It was dead center in my high beams for a heartbeat, maybe two, stepping from right to left. In that center frame, it turned its head and looked at me. I need to say this clearly because it's the part that hasn't left me. Two dark eyes, no shine back at me like you get from deer, held my headlights for the smallest piece of a second. The eyes didn't flash. They were there, set under a heavy ridge, and in that slice of time they were on me and I was on them. I don't want to dress it up. There was no thought in them that I could read. There wasn't a snarl or a show. It was just recognition. 2 points that acknowledged the beam pointed at them, and then the head turned back the direction it was going. Everything squeezed tight in my chest in that half second. I've been scared a few times in my life in regular ways, near car wrecks, bad weather, a dog breaking a chain and charging, but I have never felt what I felt right then. Cold shot through me from the inside out. My hands shook on the wheel. I couldn't decide between stopping dead and flooring it. All that happened in the space, it took the thing to take another 2 steps. It crossed the lane like it owned the road. 3, maybe 4 strides, and it was across my lane and at the edge. The left side shoulder there drops off fast. The bank is higher than a man, and then it breaks into brush down to the creek. It didn't pick its way down or turn sideways to ease. It bent its knees a hair and leaped. It was a clean drop, like someone stepping off a loading dock and trusting the ground. My headlights caught the first push down the slope on the other side, and then there was nothing but a shiver of brush and the hollow thump of weight on frozen leaves I could hear through the glass with the heater fan off. That was the end of the sight. No slow pan into the trees, no second view. 1 second it was a set of shoulders and a back headed off the road, and the next it wasn't. My car rolled to a stop without me telling it to. I remember the sound my wipers made because I must have bumped the stalk, and they dragged once over a dry windshield. That rubber squeak way too loud in a quiet car. The dash lights were brighter than I remembered setting them, and the numbers on the speedometer made more sense than the thing in front of my eyes had just done. It's strange what your brain grabs. I sat there in the lane with both hands locked and the heater fan ticking because a leaf had blown into it, and my breathing went shallow like I'd run upstairs. The whole inside of the car felt small. I put it in park without remembering doing it, and the engine settled at idle. I stared at the spot where it had been and tried to change it into something that wouldn't mess up the rest of my night. Man in a ghillie suit. A bear. Both of those got tossed fast. A man that size doesn't have that arm length and doesn't move with that ease when he's crossing in the cold and doesn't leap down a bank you can't see the bottom of. A bear doesn't carry itself that way on 2 for that long, and a bear doesn't turn and lock eyes dead on like that in the middle of a stride. I don't know how long I sat there. Long enough for the heater to make my hands stop aching, long enough for the little sound of the creak in the culvert to start making it through the closed windows, that low rush you hear when it's quiet. A truck did not come up behind me. That road was empty like it gets on holidays after 8 or 9. I eased the car over toward the right so that if anyone did come, they wouldn't clip me. And I clicked on my hazards because it felt like something you do when you can't figure out what else to do next. I thought about getting out. I thought about walking to the edge and putting my head over to see if I could listen for it down there. I cracked the door and the cold came in like a slap, and I put one boot on the asphalt and then the other and took half a step to the white line. I stood with the door open for cover like an idiot and listened. The night smelled like wet leaves and that swamp smell that sits over a creek bottom in the cold. There was a light frost on the grass at the edge of the ditch that caught a little bit of my headlight and threw tiny sparks back. The culvert mouth was a dark hole on my left down slope, and the trickle of water came up from it. There was no crashing in the brush, no heavy breathing, no movement. Whatever it was had gone down and either held still like nothing else on earth, or it had shot off through that creek corridor faster than my head was willing to accept. I got back in the car. I shut the door and locked it like the lock would matter, and I put it in drive and rolled forward, scanning the shoulders in both mirrors every bit of the next half mile. The pasture on the right opened up into a wider field, and I saw the dark boxes of cattle clustered near the far fence, a few heads lifting as my lights moved. You can always tell cattle eyes because they're dull, not bright like deer. I remember watching one of the heads lift and thinking about how easy it would be for something to move along the creek side, out of sight, and have a straight shot to that pasture if it wanted. That thought got in and lodged like a splinter. I pulled off at the first place I could, a little gravel cut where a mailbox sits with a long drive disappearing back into trees. I put the car in park and sat with my hands on the wheel while the hazards ticked. I wasn't shaking anymore, I just felt hollowed out. My brain started doing a thing that felt like rewinding a tape and playing the same 6 seconds over and over, right to left across the beam, head turn, eyes bend, drop. Every time I hoped the next loop would give me some detail that made it a deer or a man. It didn't. All it gave me was the long reach of those arms, the slope of the back, and that single moment of eye contact that felt like it went straight through the glass and into the part of me that keeps the lights on when everything else shuts down. I drove home like I was old, white-knuckled 10 and 2 the whole way. I don't remember the radio. I don't remember how the heater felt. I remember every mailbox I passed and every driveway because I was making my world small and human, one marker at a time, building a fence back up around whatever had just taken it down. When I got home, I sat in the driveway with the engine off and the dashboard ticking as it cooled, and I stared at my own reflection in the glass of the front door and wouldn't admit to myself what I was thinking. I slept bad. Every time I closed my eyes, there was the strip of road, the beam cutting out, and the way that shoulder looked under hair. I didn't tell anyone that night. The next morning I called animal control and said, "Bear." I remember standing by the kitchen window with the phone cord pulled tight and hearing myself say that word like it would fix it. I said it like it was a problem someone else could solve. The person on the other end took my name, asked where, said they'd pass it on, told me to be careful, not to approach. I said bear because I saw something walk across Highway 75 on 2 legs and look at me before it jumped off the embankment and disappeared into a creek corridor. Sounds like you're asking to be laughed at. Even typing this, I can hear how it sounds. But I didn't see a bear. People always ask about measurements like I've got a tape and a chart in my head. I don't. I'll tell you what I felt and saw. It was taller than any man I personally know, taller by a head and shoulders if you put it standing next to me. The width of the shoulders was wrong for a person. The arms were too long for a person. The way it bent to jump was too smooth for a person in that cold in the dark, wearing nothing. It wasn't playing chicken with a car. It wasn't confused. It was crossing like it had done it before. And when it hit the bank, it didn't slip like a drunk guy or hesitate like an animal learning the edge. It just went. There were cattle nearby. There was a swampy low spot. There was a creek with a culvert that would let something move a long way without anyone seeing it from the road. That's all a straight line when you look at it on a map in your head. I didn't take a map out. I didn't go back. I've been through there since many times because life doesn't rearrange itself every time you get scared. But every time I pass that place, my chest tightens and I slow without thinking. If the road is empty, I'll click the high beams on early and sweep the shoulders like it'll help. The fence posts always look like fence posts until they don't. I've read the arguments people put up when they hear stories like this: misidentified bear, prankster, lights and shadow. I keep wanting one of those lines to stick in my head and loosen the knot. None of them fit the way that look felt, that clean second where something looked straight into my car and then carried on. You don't have to believe me. I didn't believe other versions of this when I was younger and reading them for kicks. I'm not trying to convert anybody. I'm putting down what happened because I can't make it go away by ignoring it. The moment it made eye contact with me in the beams is the one I can't get free of. It isn't because there was malice in it. It wasn't a threat. It was worse. It was neutral. It was an acknowledgement. Then it dropped out of sight and the world rushed back in. The hum of the blower, the tick of the hazards, the smell of cold creek. And I was just a person in a car again on Thanksgiving night in White County, pretending I hadn't just seen what I saw. That's how it ended. No scream, no footprints to cast, no hair caught on a fence. Just that look, that jump, and then the empty road stretching ahead in the high beams like nothing had crossed it at all. I still don't have a better box to put it in, and I don't think I ever will. Story 12. February of 1981. Eldridge, Iowa. I was a paper kid then, the kind who got up before dawn with a canvas bag and black smudges on the fingers. The route wasn't big, but it felt big at 4 in the morning when the snow squeaked under my boots and the streetlights hummed. I can still feel the cold from that week in my bones. It wasn't the pretty kind of winter either. It was the flat, hard kind, where the air snaps when you breathe and your scarf turns crusty. My routine was the same every day. Fold on the basement dryer, rubber bands in a coffee can, stack into the bag until it tugged the strap across my shoulder. I'd pull on a knit hat, the kind that smells like wool and newsprint by the end of winter, and step out into the dark. No car most days. Just my legs and a path I knew by heart. 5th and Donahue was the first corner that mattered. That's where the route split. One way toward the school, the other toward Elmer Green Park. I could walk that grid with my eyes shut. That morning started like any other. It was a weekday. The past couple of days had dropped clean snow. The plows had been through once and the berms froze like walls at the end of driveways. The sidewalks were a mix of shoveled and not. The sky was that low, off-black color you get before dawn. I remember thinking about how my toes burned when they warmed up after the first 10 minutes, that pins and needles hurt that makes you want to stamp your feet. I hit 5th and Donahue and stopped without planning to. There was a track in the snow that didn't fit anything I knew. Not a tire, not a plow line, not a boot. A footprint. A bare footprint. I stared at it, while my brain tried to tell me it was a double track of something else. It had toes, all 5. The big toe was big. You could see where it pressed in deeper than the others. The edges were crisp, not melted out, not drifted. The heel was deep. The width of it surprised me first. Bigger than my dad's boot by a good bit, wider too, 6 to 8 inches across if I had to measure with my hand in the air. The length was what got me next, nearly 2 feet. It looked wrong there on a city corner under a sodium light, like a piece of jungle had fallen out of the sky. I put my boot next to it and felt stupid for doing that, but I needed the scale. My foot looked like a kid's next to it, and I wasn't tiny. The stride was long. I took 2 quick steps and found the next one exactly where it should be if the walker's legs were longer than mine by a yard. The track didn't meander. It didn't zig like someone drunk. It went straight down the sidewalk like it had a place to be. The distance between prints was consistent. There was weight behind it. The snow under each step was compressed to that squeaky ice. Around each print, the powder was raised a little, like it had pushed out as the foot sank. I followed because I couldn't not follow. My bag dug into my shoulder and slid down my hip because I wasn't walking my normal throw and walk line. The track stayed on the same side of the street I needed, like it was reading my route sheet. It cut through the same corners where I cut, across the same driveways. It didn't avoid anything. Where the sidewalk hadn't been shoveled, it went through the snow in a clean line, prints just as crisp. When it crossed streets, the prints had that thin layer of plow crust crackled under them. It kept with me for blocks. I tossed papers when my hands remembered to do it. Porch throws got sloppy because I was looking down and ahead instead of at the stoops. Twice I had to walk back because a paper hit a hedge. It didn't slow me. The track didn't stop to look in windows or turn toward alleys. It followed my path like it had been laid out for it the day before. That's when the cold moved from my cheeks down into my gut. By the time I reached the line of houses that backs up to Elmer Green Park, the prints stepped off the sidewalk toward the park fence. That fence is chain link, waist high on a grown man, higher on me then. Snow had drifted up against it in places, but not high. The track didn't stop. It went to the fence and then over. There weren't scramble marks. There weren't handprints on the top rail. There was a print at the base on my side, a scuffed top where snow had been pushed, and then a deep print on the park side, clean as if someone had stepped into powder that hadn't been touched that morning. It took my breath in a way the cold hadn't. I stood there with my bag hanging off one shoulder and stared at that second print and felt the kind of small you feel when you're at the bottom of bleachers and everyone else is already up top. I walked the fence a few steps into the park and found the line again. It angled toward the playground and then off toward the trees by the creek. I knew I couldn't keep chasing it, or I'd never finish my route, and I'd have angry people at 7 in the morning with empty porches. I went back to the sidewalk and forced myself to put papers where they belonged. I finished late and my hands were stiff. The whole time I felt like I was missing something behind me every time I turned my back to a yard. That night was a collection night. I remember it because I was out again at 10:30 with a list of addresses and a change purse. Eldridge is quiet at that hour in winter. Front rooms glow blue from TV, kitchen shades are down, and the roofs smoke a little where ice melts. I did the same corner at 5th and Donahue without even meaning to. The morning prints were still there under a thin skim of blown snow. They looked old suddenly, even though it had been a half day. I didn't have the kind of flashlight that would show much more than my feet, so I stuck to my list and went home with cold coins and warm bills and a head full of that park fence. At 5:30 the next morning, I stepped out again and walked the first block faster than usual because I wanted to prove to myself that the day before had been a trick of light and shadow. When I hit the corner, I saw them again. Fresh this time. The edges were brand new, no skim, no wind softening. They were on top of the faint ghosts of the previous day's track, only this time they went the other way, back toward where they'd started, heel to toe in the opposite direction, almost exactly overlaying the old path. That's when my scalp prickled under my hat. It felt like whatever it was had walked the line, and then, sometime in the night when I was out collecting, or after I went home, it turned around and walked it back. I don't know if that's true. That's how the prints looked. I did my deliveries like a person working in a dream, movement but no feeling of getting anywhere. I kept stopping with a paper in my hand and looking down at the imprint next to my boot. I tried to count the strides between corners and couldn't keep the number straight in my head. I didn't tell anyone at school. When you're a kid and you tell people stuff like that, it turns into a joke you don't want. Sunday mornings were different. I didn't walk then. The route was heavier and we doubled up because the Sunday edition is fat. My dad drove those days. He liked to help, liked to keep warm in the car and creep along the curb while I ran to porches. Heater on, radio low, some AM station with a farmer's report or oldies if the weather was decent. We had a system. He'd shove papers toward the passenger footwell with his boot and I'd grab and go up, toss, down, in, door shut, roll to the next. We were halfway through when it happened. The exact spot is still clean in my head. A one-story house a block off Donahue, 2 maples in front, a chain-link gate that never latches right, a narrow driveway with a dent in the lath of the garage door. The snow had been packed by a car and refrozen to a glassy strip. My dad idled by the curb, heater fan hissing and that faint, sweet smell of antifreeze that all old cars have in winter. I took 2 papers in one hand because the houses sat close and the throws would be quick. I jogged up the walk and my boots squeaked on the thin snow over concrete. I put the first paper under the storm door, the rubber band catching for a second and then sliding into place. I cut along the side of the house toward the second porch because going around the back of the hedges saves steps. That's when it hit. The sound didn't build. There was no rustle first, no warning in the air. It came from the far side of that same house, past the corner of the garage where I couldn't see. It was a scream, but calling it a scream makes it seem thinner than it was. It started in my chest before my ears. It was low and high at the same time, a blast of sound that vibrated the hard air and hit the siding. I felt it in my stomach like a punch. There was nothing human in it that I could grab. It wasn't a coyote or a fox or a dog. It was deeper and wider. It felt close enough that if I had stepped 2 more paces, I could have reached out and touched the source around the corner. Everything in my body dumped and then fired at once. My legs stopped being mine for a split second, and then they were all I had. The paper fell out of my hand into the snow, and I didn't care. I turned without remembering turning and ran for the car. My boot slid on that glassy strip of driveway, and my thigh hit the bumper with enough force that the license plate did its metal rattle. I kept going and slammed into the passenger door hard with my shoulder, hands searching for the handle like they weren't attached to me. The door gave and I was inside, and I pulled it shut so fast the vacuum made my ears pop. My dad kept his hands on the wheel, eyes flicking to me, face with that confused look you get when someone else knows something happened and you don't. The heater fan brushed my face, thick, warm air that felt wrong. The radio was loud in that way radios get when the rest of the world drops out. He hadn't heard it. He didn't because the fan and the radio and the windows up ate the sound. I can say that now. In the moment, I couldn't say anything. My tongue was a lump. My chest hurt like I'd run a mile. I pointed at the corner of the house and tried to form words, and all that came out was something useless and breathy. He put the car in drive slow, and the tires crunched. We moved. I kept my eyes on the space between the garage and the hedges, waiting for something to come around it. Nothing did. We rolled to the next, and I couldn't make myself open the door. It felt like stepping out would mean stepping into that sound again. We pulled away from the block, and the only noise in the car was the heater and a song I can't remember now stuck halfway through a verse. I don't know how loud it was outside the car. To me, it was huge. The memory of it is big enough to make me swallow hard even writing this. It had weight to it, more like a foghorn in a closed room than an animal in a yard. In that snap of time, everything else went thin. The crunch under my boots, the scrape of my coat sleeve on the siding, the faint metallic click when I lifted the storm door, the distant hiss of a truck on the highway. Gone. Just that sound, and then me slamming my shoulder into a door like a deer hitting a fence. We finished the route with me in the seat and my dad driving slower than he had to. I put papers where they needed to go by leaning and handing, which felt both safer and stupid. The windows fogged from our breath, and his had that triangle he likes to scrape on the driver's side to see better. He kept asking with his eyes what happened. I kept shaking my head a little. I probably looked pale. I felt like there was cold under my skin that wouldn't move. I didn't go back to that corner on foot after that, not that week, not ever for papers. I quit not long after. It wasn't some dramatic decision. It was more like my body decided before my head did. I couldn't keep walking into that dark at 5:30 with that track burned into my memory and that sound sitting in my chest. Every house had an alley in it after that. Every yard held a corner where something could stand just out of sight and let you know it was there without showing itself. People will read this and switch on the rational part of their brain. I've done that to myself for years. It was a person messing around, it was a cougar, it was a fox, it was a tractor backfiring and echoing weird. I grew up here. I know what those things sound like. This wasn't any of them. The tracks had toes, and astride a man would have to lunge to match. They followed my route and then, days later, went the other way, right over the faint prints they'd left. The fence at Elmer Green Park didn't have drag marks or handprints or any of the mess you get when someone climbs it. There was a print on one side, a scuffed top, a print on the other. And that Sunday at that house, the sound came from exactly where the track had been living in my head all week, just out of sight and much too close. The worst part isn't the size or the speed, it's the way my body reacted before my mind decided what it was. There's something in you that recognizes when you're outclassed. You can argue that away in daylight with other people around. In the dark, with a bag on your shoulder and a frozen driveway under your feet, there's no argument. There's just you and the way your hands fumble a door handle like you're underwater. It ended fast. 1 second I was sliding a paper under a storm door. The next I was bouncing off a bumper and pulling a handle with numb fingers, and then the car was moving, and the yard behind me went back to looking like a yard with 2 maples and a bad garage door. There was no shadow to chase, no proof to take. I didn't find hair in a fence or a photo to wave at people. All I have is a line of prints from a week in February, a fence that got stepped over like it wasn't there, a second set of prints laid right over the old ones heading back, and a sound on a Sunday morning that reached into my chest and stayed. It still wakes me sometimes. I'll be dead asleep and then I'm standing in a yard I can't see, breathing frozen air that hurts, and the scream pushes through me again. I open my eyes and the bedroom is quiet and warm, and for a second I'm waiting for a door to give under my shoulder. Then it's gone, just like it went that morning, there and then not, and I'm left with the echo and no way to explain any of it in a way that makes it smaller. Story 13. November 13th, 1982, Warren County, just outside Carlisle. It was one of those mornings where the cold feels like glass. Hard frost, sky clear long before first light, the kind of quiet that comes when there aren't many houses left on those back roads. We were set up in a harvested soybean field, the kind of field that looks like a shaved head, stubble everywhere, low and rough, each stem tipped with sugar-white frost. There was an old fence line running along the edge, a tangle of posts and rusty wire with a strip of weedy grass that the plows always miss. We tucked a blind into that fence line using burlap and broken beanstalks, nothing fancy, just enough to break our outlines. We were out there for geese. It's a good field for it sometimes, between the river and the feed fields, and we knew they'd be moving from the roost after sunup. We set a spread of shells and a handful of silhouettes in a loose family group, left a hole downwind, kept the wind over our right shoulder. I had a thermos of coffee wedged into a corner of the blind and a pair of gloves that were already stiff from other mornings. Shotgun across my knees, a few shells tucked where I could get them with numb fingers. The air had that metallic taste you get when it's below freezing and you've been breathing through a scarf too long. It didn't feel like the usual Iowa morning, even then. The Red Rock Project had emptied a lot of those flats years earlier. Whole places got swallowed up by the idea of a lake, And what it left behind is strips of ground that don't have the same noise as places where people still wake up and flip on kitchen lights. No dogs barking, no tractor starting up down the road, just wind coming off the river and the occasional creak from the fence wire when a gust worked it. We got in before daybreak. By the time there was enough grey to pick out the decoys, the frost was so hard the stubble squeaked if you moved. We barely moved. There's a way your body shrinks into your coat when nothing's flying. You watch the sky and you listen for that first distant murmur of geese, and you try not to look like a person squinting. We clucked on the call some, soft stuff, just to make the plastic look less dead. The first hour was all breath and waiting. My coffee went cold in the cup faster than I could drink it. The wind had a small edge to it out of the west, not enough to bite through layers, enough to make your eyes water if you stared at the same patch of sky too long. That field sat in a shallow bowl between low ridges. The far side to our east had a shallow drain, the kind of place water tries to run after a big rain. Past that was a thin line of trees that pretends to be a shelter belt and isn't. There are the bones of old terracing out there too, just enough to make the ground roll where you think it should be flat. It was late enough that the light had gone from grey to the kind that shows you every mistake you made setting a blind when we saw movement. It came from the east, beyond our decoys and just above the little drain. Not a deer, not two guys checking field edges. I caught it out of the corner of my eye first, just a shift. And then I fixed on it, because it wasn't moving like anything I know moves. It was black, not black like a coat or a hood, black like hair that eats light. It was bent forward a little. The shoulders were out ahead of the hips, and the head was low, not lifting like a person looking around. It moved across that field like it had a line drawn that it meant to be on, and it covered ground fast. I know what a person looks like walking across bean stubble in boots. There's the up and down bounce and the check for footing because bean stems are ankle biters. This wasn't that. It ate distance, long strides, arms down, swinging in a way that told me the arms were long, even though I wasn't counting inches. I don't have a tape measure for that day. If you want me to tell you exactly, I can't. I can tell you it was taller than me by more than enough. I can tell you that it filled the space wrong for a human and right for a thing built differently. The height sat somewhere between 6.5 and 7 feet if I'm putting human numbers on it, and the width and the way it was built matched that scale, not a skinny farm kid in Granddad's coat. There's always that split second where your brain tries to cram the wrong answer into the right hole. I did that thing where I told myself it was a man, then I told myself it was a man in a black coat with the hood up, then I told myself it was a dark cow or a calf out alone. None of that bought me anything because it didn't move like any of those things. It walked upright, slightly forward, and it walked like it could walk all day. The legs kept that low bend the whole time and never looked like they were searching for footing. It took the terrace cut like it wasn't there. One step down into it, one step up out of it, no change in tempo. My hands got cold across the tops, even though I hadn't moved them. It's the feeling you get when your body remembers you have a heart. I think my mouth opened. I know I didn't say anything. The air felt wrong to push words through it. The world around that shape went quiet in my head. I could still feel the wind, but the sound of it fell back. The fence wire was making a tiny chime sound behind me, and it stopped mattering. All of the normal field noise, if there was any, tucked itself away. If you asked me how long we watched it, I couldn't put a clock on it. It felt too long for what it was. It crossed that field and kept going, not toward us, not away, just on a line that took it past the end of the decoys and toward the thin trees. It never looked our way. That's what messed me up more than anything else. It felt like we had been seen first, decided on, and then we didn't matter. Like when you raise your head out of the grass and a deer gives you a look, tags you as nothing it needs to care about, and goes on. Only this wasn't a deer, and the look didn't happen. The feeling did. The ground was rock hard. I think about that every time my mind does the thing where it says, you should have found a track. The frost had set up, and even where the sun hit it, it wasn't giving. The top was crunchy sugar, the layer under flat like a plate. We sat there until it was gone into the thin trees, and then we kept sitting because men in a blind do weird things with time when they don't know what to do next. The geese could have flown a parade over that field, and I'm not sure I would have had the muscle to stand up and shoulder the gun. I found out later that I had my safety on the whole time and couldn't remember putting it on. I kept hearing my breath in the fleece near my mouth, that little rhythm that is always there, but usually doesn't sound so loud. We broke the rule and left the blind with decoys still out. It wasn't a discussion. It was that shared feeling people get when they decide the better thing to do is not sit where they've been sitting. We walked the edge of the spread first, trying not to slice our ankles on the stubble. My boots made that squeak crunch noise on the frost and felt stupidly loud. We cut toward the drain line where it had crossed, because even if the frost doesn't give prints, sometimes there's a broken stem or a scuff that looks wrong. We didn't find toes. There were no clean shapes to photograph. What there was, a place where the tops of the soy stems were smashed down in a direction that matched the line it took. In the terrace cut, a section of frost that looked scuffed where something heavy had pressed and lifted. It was nothing you could show somebody and say, here, this. It was exactly the kind of sign you can wave away if you want to wave it away. Standing there, mouth open, breath fogging out and getting swallowed up by the morning, it didn't feel like nothing. We walked to the fence where the thin trees started. Beyond that was a break, and then more flat ground, another old field that went fallow after red rock took the heart out of the area. No houses to our east for a stretch. No reason for anyone to be out there other than us, and we weren't far enough east to be the reason for what we saw. I kept expecting to hear a twig pop or a branch move and give me a direction. Wind, that's all we got. Wind working through those saplings, a sound that always says a thing and never tells you what the thing is. The fear wasn't screaming in me, and it wasn't quiet either. It was practical and cold. It was the kind of fear that makes the world small, makes your eyes go to corners, and makes your hands check where your gear is without your head telling them to. It was the idea that whatever we saw knew we were there, decided something about us in a blink, and went on its way like we were a fence post. I didn't feel like a fence post. I felt like a person who had badly misjudged the size of the game on the board. We stood where it passed and did all the things you do when you're trying to be rational. We looked for a hat dropped by a trespasser. We looked for running tracks that would turn it into a deer that our eyes lied about when it moved. Nothing. The frost made the stubble shine, and the spots where the sun hit first went from white to wet in patches. I bent down and touched a stem that looked pressed, and it sprung back slowly, leaving a damp spot on my glove. On the walk back to the blind, we moved like two people who knew how to move out there, but didn't feel like we did. I kept flicking my gaze to my left, expecting to catch another look. At one point, a crow screamed from behind us, and I almost laughed because that sound never startles me, and it did. A long line of geese finally put voices in the sky, a lazy string of them well out of range, and I watched them dumbly until they angled for a different field and the noise faded. The whole time, the center of that field where we'd stared was just field again, and that felt like a trick. We stayed longer than we should have. It wasn't hope for birds that kept us. It was that you don't want to look like you ran from something, even if no one is around to see you do it. We picked up decoys slow. The plastic felt extra plastic in hands that had been sweating inside gloves. We wrapped up the burlap and rolled it into the bed of the truck with the clink of the stakes against the tire well. We didn't say anything worth writing down. Not then. The wind made that fence line wire sing a little again, and it reminded me of the first hour, like the day wanted to make a circle I didn't want. We drove the two-track out along the field edge, and the ruts had that frozen under soft on top thing that makes your teeth click when you bounce. On the gravel, the world went back to gravel world. A farm dog way down the road barked twice and then gave up because no one listens to dogs on gravel. The river sat where it always does, a strip of steel through the trees. It didn't feel like it had anything to do with us or us with it. I can't put that any better than that. We didn't tell anybody. Not family, not buddies who would have given us hell for missing a bird because we were looking at a shadow. I think we were both running the same calculation. You say something, you get laughed at, and then you've got the thing in your head and the laughter on top of it. We chose to just carry the thing. That decision made the day feel longer than it had to be. You spend your drive thinking about how not saying something doesn't make a thing less true and doesn't turn it into a goose. If you want the exact worst moment, it wasn't seeing it. It was the feeling in the blind, that small bolt of electricity in my chest when I understood that it had us pegged before we pegged it, and that it took one look, whatever kind of look it was, and decided to give us a wide berth because we were not worth the trouble. Being ignored shouldn't scare a person. It did. It still does when I replay it. There's a hierarchy to fear that you don't figure out until something else puts you in your place. I've thought about the ground that day more than the thing itself. That frost, that hard plate under the white sugar, that lack of evidence. If the ground had been soft, I tell myself, there would have been prints I could have put my hand in. I tell myself that would have helped. Maybe it wouldn't have. Maybe it would just be one more thing people say can be faked. What I can't fake is the way it moved. Long and low and faster than any person in boots on bean stubble, and the way the air felt around me afterward. That part lives in your bones. Carlisle isn't far from neighborhoods and busy roads. People think things don't happen in the in-betweens. That morning was an in-between, not river and not town, not really a place and not empty either. The Red Rock Project left those seams hanging there. If something wanted to pass without meeting many people, it picked right. That's as close to explaining as I ever get before it feels like I'm trying too hard to put a lid on something that doesn't want one. There's no neat end. The field didn't give us one. The wind didn't. The geese certainly didn't. It went like this, shape moving faster than a man, black against frost, hunched into a stride that ate ground. A quiet that swallowed the little sounds that make the world feel normal. A march to the place where it passed and the wind being the only thing left to talk to. A drive out with the ruts thumping and both of us carrying a thing we weren't going to say out loud. That's where it cuts off. Like someone took scissors to the morning and snipped the last bit and left me with cold hands and a story that doesn't fit anywhere clean. I still don't know what I saw. I just know it saw us first. And for some reason, that's the part that makes the hair on my arms stand up even now. Then the field was a field again, and the fence line hummed, and it was over just like that, and I don't have anything else to give you. Story 14. July 15th, 1983. Gwynette County, Iowa. It was one of those hot Midwest evenings where the day's heat has nowhere to go, so it just hangs. The kind where the cicadas buzz so hard, it's like a pressure in your ears. I was sitting on the back steps because the concrete in the shade felt cooler than anywhere inside. Our kitchen had been baking all day, and the little window fan just pushed warm air around. I was waiting for my boyfriend to swing by after his shift. He usually gave a honk when he came around the corner, and I'd cut through the house to meet him out front. The back steps had just poured slabs off the kitchen door, 3 of them, with a metal rail my dad put in that always feels a little loose. The screen door doesn't latch unless you pull it all the way. I was in shorts and a t-shirt, bare feet on the cool concrete, elbows on my knees, trying not to stick to myself. The smell was cut grass and hot tar up the street where they'd patched a pothole earlier, with something green from the corn behind us. The cornfield starts right past the property line. No alley, no buffer, just our scraggly fence, then corn. In mid-July, the corn is tall, not quite over my head yet, but getting there fast. Past that field there's a little creek that snakes along, and a stand of woods that always looks darker than it should at sunset. Out front is a quiet street. It's a two-lane with a few houses on either side, a lot of open space, and one streetlight on the corner that throws that orange sodium glow down into a circle on the asphalt. You can see the glow through the gap between our house and the neighbor's garage if you sit on the back steps and turn your head just right. I wasn't staring toward it when it happened. I was mostly listening for a car and zoning out at the same time, like you do when you're waiting and you know nothing you do will make time move. Movement caught my eye in that gap. Not much, just enough to make me shift and look through the sliver between the house and the side of the garage. The streetlight hit something tall and dark crossing the road from the far side. For a second, my brain told me, guy. It always goes to person when you see two legs and arms. That thought didn't last a full breath. It walked right into that circle of orange, and I had a clean look for a few steps. It was big. Not guy in a coat, big. Not football player big. Taller than anyone I knew by a head, and then some. I put it at around 7 feet if I'm being honest with what my gut said. The shoulders were too wide. The chest was broad in a way I hadn't seen on a human outside a weight room poster. Only this wasn't shaved skin and flex. It was hair. Medium to dark brown hair covered it all the way down. Not long flowing fur, not scraggly like a stray dog. Thick hair lying to the shape of muscle underneath. The arms were long, swinging low, and I could see the right bicep move under the hair when it stepped. The way muscle shapes show when someone is lifting a grocery bag, except this was just walking. It didn't look up at the light. It didn't look toward our house. It didn't hurry or creep. It moved like it had somewhere to go and time to get there. The stride was long and easy. The head sat forward a little, like the neck was swallowed by the shoulder muscles, and the top of the head didn't look round the way a person's is. It sloped up a bit and then back down. It crossed the lane and cut toward the neighbor's side of the street, right where their driveway opens out and there's a patch of bushes on either side of the entrance. It slipped behind those shrubs and I lost it. There was no roar, no big movie noise, just the sound of my own breath catching and my heart punching up into my throat. And then the evening snapped in on itself. I stood up without knowing I was standing. I put a hand out on the screen door frame and felt how slick the paint was with humidity. The cicadas kept going, which made it worse. Everything normal stayed normal, while my head screamed that nothing was. I could still see the empty road in that orange light and the place where the bushes hid the driveway. It was maybe 30 yards from our house to that spot, close enough that if someone waved from there, I'd know who it was. I didn't see anything move in the leaves. It didn't step out the other side like a person passing through a yard. It just vanished behind that little bit of landscaping like the shrubs had eaten a giant. The neighbor across the street keeps hunting dogs. They're not pets that nap under a table. They're hounds, kennelled along the side of his garage, run at night sometimes. The kind of dogs that wear sore spots on their tails from wagging the bars when they hear a truck. They're used to smells. It takes a lot to get them worked. I know their usual sounds. The deep, long howl when they hear a siren. The lazy woof when a raccoon crosses the fence. The excited chop when somebody they like pulls into the drive. None of that is what happened next. They exploded. It started like someone shot energy into their pens. Chain link rattled, water pans clanged. One went straight into that screaming chop that coonhounds do when they're looking up a tree, but it had anger in it I hadn't heard from them before. Another went high and frantic, bouncing off the walls of the kennel so hard I could hear the hollow thud of its body hitting. All of them were focused in one direction, the front of their yard, toward those bushes where the driveway opens, the exact place I'd last seen it. The sound of their nails on concrete gave me goosebumps because it was panicky and deadly serious at the same time. They weren't baying into the night at nothing. They were going insane at something they could see and I couldn't. That's when the real fear hit me, not when I watched it walk in the open. That was shock mixed with weird curiosity. The fear came when my eyes had nothing and the dog's eyes had everything, and that everything was 30 yards from my back door and a handful from my mother's kitchen window. The thought that it had been that close to the front of the house made my scalp prickle like I'd stuck my finger in an outlet. Something in me grabbed the idea that it might peel away from the bushes and just drift along the front of the yards, 2 steps from our windows, and I wouldn't know unless the dogs told me. Not a rational thought, just the kind you get and can't shake in the next breath. I tore the kitchen door open and yelled for my mother without really forming words. She was in the living room with the TV low, doing a crossword with her feet up, and the look she gave me, sleepy and annoyed, changed in 1 second when she heard the dogs. She moved to the front window, peeled the curtain back with 2 fingers like she always does when she's waiting for the mailman. There was that half second where we stood shoulder to shoulder, breathing weird and looking at nothing. The bushes across the street shifted a little, but that could have been anything. The chain link rattled again hard, and one of the hounds hit it with his chest so hard the whole panel shook. The neighbor's porch light popped on, and if anything, that made me feel smaller. My mother kept asking with her eyes, and I knew saying a giant walked across the street and went behind those bushes would make me sound crazy, even as the dogs tried to take down their pens. So I said the smallest thing I could, something just crossed. She stared a little longer and then looked at me and then at the TV like it had answers. There is a certain kind of helpless feeling in calling someone to a window and giving them a hole in the air to look at. Those dogs didn't settle quick. They went for long minutes, not the easy kind where they wind down into grumbling and then go lie in their barrels. They stayed keyed up enough that once one stopped to pull in breath, another took over like a relay. The whole time, the bushes didn't give me what I needed. No shape melting out the far edge, no shadow moving along the fence line. The street looked like a street in a small Iowa town at dusk. Quiet, a little ghosts of bugs in the orange light, nothing dramatic. Everything looked normal. The sound was not normal. My boyfriend pulled up a few minutes later. It felt like hours to me, but he said later it was less than 10 minutes. He nosed to the curb out front in his old car with the headlight trim that rattles. He got out grinning like any other night, saw my face, and then looked across the street because he couldn't not look where the noise was. Nothing. Just dogs losing their minds in their pens, and me trying to say what I'd seen without making both of us roll our eyes at me. He walked down to the end of our driveway and stared across, hands on his hips, and I hated how calm that looked. I hated him for a stupid second for not having been there 3 minutes earlier when I had something to point at. I didn't go out into the yard in the dark to check. People online always say they would. People like to pretend that their fear falls away with curiosity. Maybe for them. For me, the idea of stepping out where that emptiness was, between the end of our hedge and the start of the neighbor's driveway, in that little slice of space where you can't see either side completely, felt like sticking my head in a stranger's car window. I stood with one bare foot on the linoleum and one on the rug and watched the spot like staring hard enough would peel it back. I kept trying to rationalize it while the dogs kept screaming. A tall guy, a prank with a gorilla suit, somebody out of their mind. The problem was the details didn't match. I hadn't seen seams, I hadn't seen bare skin under a mask and gloves. I had seen hair lying to muscle and a shoulder that looked like it could pick up my washing machine and set it on the porch. It carried its arms too low and too easy to be a drunk in a coat. And there's this. I know that streetlight. It makes everything redder than it is. It makes pale things look darker. Hair still looked like hair. Muscle still looked like muscle when it moved. The right bicep flexed, and you could see the line of it under the hair because the hair shifted over it, not like fake fur that doesn't move right. Behind our house, the corn felt like an audience. I kept checking the back door, like something would be standing at the edge of it, watching me through the screen. The idea that it could have cut behind the neighbor's place and hit the corn rows in 1 minute and be back behind our bedroom windows in the next made everything in me tighten. That's the part that stayed, not the sight of it in the light, the way the house felt thin after, like there was just drywall and a pane of glass between me and something that moved like it had joints that didn't argue. The neighbor came out on his porch finally, yelling at the dogs to quiet down in that flat way he has. He couldn't see around the shrub either from where he stood. He rattled a food pan against the fence to pull their eyes back to him, and for a second they did. Then they went right back to blasting toward the driveway mouth. I saw one try to climb the chain and get 2 paws over before slipping and crashing back into his own water bucket. The sound of that bucket hitting concrete is stuck in my brain. Metal on cement, with water splashing. That's how close they were to the edge of losing their minds. They aren't like that for cats. They aren't even like that when a deer drifts too close. This was different. If the gates had been open, I think those dogs would have launched, and I don't say that lightly because I've seen those dogs be brave and dumb and get whipped by a raccoon half their size. This wasn't that. The barking didn't stop as much as it ran out of steam. One by one, the voices dropped, not because they were satisfied, but like they couldn't keep their throats up any longer. Pants between barks got longer. One last long, mad howl, and then the low growls you get when a dog would rather keep going, but has nothing left. The neighbor swore under his breath as he latched the inside gate and banged a kennel door harder than he needed to. He didn't look at us. I don't think he wanted to admit he didn't know what he was looking at either, and that was it, just like that. The night went back to being a night. The orange streetlight circle kept being orange. The bugs still clicked like electricity in the trees. My boyfriend stood there with his hands empty and his mouth doing that thing where he wants to be reassuring and all he has is words. My mother let the curtain fall and went back to her couch, but I noticed she left the TV on low and the front door locked, and she usually leaves it cracked for air. I didn't sleep right that night, even after he drove me around for a minute with the windows down to let me breathe cooler air, even after we came back, even after the house got quiet. Every time a car went by on the highway in the distance, the hum sounded like a long breath. Every time the fridge kicked on, I startled like it was a step on the porch. I kept picturing that moment. I lost it behind those bushes while the dogs kept seeing. That's the part that lives in me. Not when it was in the open being impossible. When it was invisible and close, and the only proof it was still there was 4 hounds trying to tear chain link apart. I know how it sounds. I wish I had a photo from that exact second under the light, something that would make the shape make sense to other people's eyes. It was 1983. We didn't have a camera sitting around for porch sitting. There's no clean evidence. Just me, on the back steps, the smell of hot tar and corn, the loose metal handrail under my palm, a big, dark thing walking like walking was nothing, and dogs telling the truth when my eyes didn't have anything to hold anymore. Then everything stopped, like someone reached over and turned down a knob only I could see. 1 second it was there, and then it was not, and the night kept going like it always does, and I was left in a house that suddenly felt way too thin for how soft the walls are supposed to make you feel. I still can't explain it. I still look at that streetlight on summer nights and feel my throat tighten, for no good reason at all. Story 15. July 4th, 1989, Scott County, Iowa. We didn't pick the spot for any reason except it was close to the water and away from the main loop. We were young and broke, and the little county park up there felt big enough to be out without driving for hours. We had one of those cheap dome tents you buy at a discount store. Bright fabric, fiberglass poles that splinter if you bend them wrong, zipper that sticks if a grain of sand looks at it. A cooler with ice that was already half water, a small skillet, 2 sleeping bags that barely counted as sleeping bags, no radio, no booze beyond a couple of beers we didn't finish, because the heat made them taste like bread. It was a hot day that didn't want to cool off. The ground held the warmth like a pan. Dust on the path stuck to sweat and made your legs look dirty after 10 minutes. Mosquitoes were thick down by the creek, and the only thing that kept them off was a hateful cloud of repellent and the smoke from our half-hearted fire. We ate simple. Hot dogs on sticks and a can of beans heated until they bubbled, then scalded lips because we were impatient. Fireflies came up the way they do in July, like somebody sprinkled sparks in slow motion over the grass. Every now and then the wind would turn over the tops of the trees and the leaves made that little hand-clapping sound. It was the 4th, so there were fireworks early in the evening out in town. You could hear the thump and the pop and the little lift of people cheering even from where we were. Not loud, just enough to set a background of distant celebration. That died down before 11. After that it was crickets and bullfrogs and a far highway hum that the trees turned into a soft blade of sound. The sky cleared. You could see a big handful of stars through the canopy if you squinted between the leaves. By the time we crawled into the tent, the fire was down to a low orange bed, and I had that sticky-coated feeling of a day in the sun. The nylon smelled like other people's campouts, damp and plastic and something like dirt ground into fabric. We kept the rain fly off because it was hot. The mesh took the edge off, but not much. You could feel the night settle into the fabric and the floor get cool on your back. I grew up running ridges in Maine. I know what the woods sound like. I know coyotes on a good night and a bad one. I know what a wounded rabbit sounds like because I've flushed them before, and I know the awful crackle of a deer breaking brush when it bolts. The sounds that night felt normal. There was nothing in them to make me brace. It was late. I don't have a number to hand you. Somewhere after midnight, when the light is gone from the backs of your eyelids, and all you hear is your own breath and the nylon creak when you shift. I had just pulled the zipper up a bit more because a little breeze had lifted and felt like it might carry bugs in with it. My hand was on the zipper pull. That's where I was when the first sound hit. I don't have a good word for it. Scream isn't big enough. Roar isn't right because you think of a bear or a big cat, and those are meatier, throatier. This had both the low you feel and the high that makes your ears search for comfort. It came like someone ripped the night from end to end. It wasn't far. It wasn't a call from a hill or across the lake. It was close enough that I felt the poles of the tent quiver. The air inside the tent pressed on my chest. It slid straight through me, down into the mattress foam, into the ground. Everything in my body went still, not calm, dead stop. When people say paralyzed with fear, I know what they mean. My lungs remembered to breathe after a second because they had to, and I hated that I was making any noise at all. My mouth went dry in an instant. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck went wrong, like I'd stepped too close to a live wire. I have stood 5 feet from a black bear that didn't like me and had it huff at me hard enough that I smelled what it had eaten. I've heard wolves run a ridge in Maine and throw voices like iron. None of that felt like this. None of that crawled inside the bones of my ears and held on. The scream clipped off sharp. No orchard of noises after it. Just the dead patch you get after something huge goes by, like the woods were waiting to see what it was going to do next. I didn't move. My hand was still on the zipper pull, and I can tell you exactly how the metal teeth felt against my fingertip. The tent seemed smaller by half. It came again. The second one snapped all the way up my spine into the back of my skull. It wasn't an echo. It wasn't the same sound bouncing off something. It had shape. There was a rise at the beginning, a hold that felt like it went moments longer than it should, and then a slide that didn't taper, just shut off. It was impossibly loud for the size of the clearing we were in. It sat too high and too strong for a human throat. It wasn't a bobcat. I would swear about that in a courtroom. It wasn't coyotes tuning up. I know that mess when they do it. This was one voice, huge, one source. It had the kind of weight where you can point to where it comes from without seeing it. The hardest thing to say without sounding like I'm trying to make it bigger is this. It came from high off the ground. not a foot above the grass, not where a person would put their mouth if they were standing tall. Higher. If you told me to stand under it, I would have needed to reach up well above my head to point to it. 7 feet up, maybe more. That's an estimation. It's based on a life of listening to sound bounce off trees and through space and how it hits you in a tent. I could feel it. If you camp, you know how voices outside read through fabric. This came in at an angle that was too tall. I refused to unzip. That's the simple truth. Every sensible part of me said, get the flashlight, find it, or at least know the direction. The part of me that keeps me alive locked everything up and said, do not put your face into this. I counted my breath without meaning to. In for 4, out for 4. Questions lined up in my head and ran into the back of each other. Is it circling? Is it 2? Did it come from the trail or the water? Are there other campers close enough to hear? None of those had answers. All I had was dark fabric, her breathing too fast next to me, and the feel of my heart in my throat. There were no footsteps, none that I could pick out, no snapping branches or smashing brush. That's what made it worse. If something big moves, it usually lets the ground talk about it, not this. The only sound after the second scream was a long, dragging silence where even the insects sounded like they were listening. The tent fabric ticked once, where a droplet hit from a leaf above and ran down. That tiny sound stuck out like a bell. Time did a strange stretch then. 10 seconds took a minute. I lost track of the count on my breath and started over. I ran catalogued animal sounds in my head, like flashcards, to try to argue what I felt. Fox. In the night, they scream like a woman, but they don't hold that tone like that, and they don't put it up that high. Deer. Does can bleat in heat, and bucks can grunt. Neither could have torn the air that way. Owl. Barred owls can make you think you heard something odd. But their call has steps in it, not that one solid blade of sound. Mountain lion. People blame every weird thing on them. The sound on TV once made me think I had finally heard one in real life, but there was no cat in this. Person, no. Not at that volume, not with that size. At some point, the frogs started again. Cricket saw buzzed back in like someone bringing the house lights up slow. I didn't trust it. I waited for the third one. I told myself I'd move if nothing came for 3 minutes. Then I told myself 5. Then I told myself I'd move at dawn. I lay there and didn't move. When my calf cramped, I accepted it because the idea of stretching my leg out all the way to where the fabric rested on my toes made my skin crawl. I don't know if I slept or passed out for a few minutes. I know that when the gray came and I could see the pattern of the mesh above my face change from black to something, I realized my jaw hurt from clenching it. My tongue felt like cotton. The tent zipper looked like the most complicated machine I'd ever have to operate. My hand shook on it when I finally pulled it down. Outside, the world looked like any morning in a little county park, a thin layer of dew on the grass, a few gnats already up and mean, a bird making some small, ridiculous sound like it was paid by the hour to annoy. The fire pit was a ring of pale ash with a few black bones of last night's sticks. Our pan sat on the table, with a film of bean sauce that looked like glue. I hated all of it for being so ordinary. I did what anyone would do who has to show themselves they aren't crazy. I walked a slow circle. I looked for prints in the bare spots. I scanned for scuffs. The ground there was a mix of hard-packed dirt and mat of dead oak leaf from last year, stomps from other campers and our own tracks. If anything had come in lean on the border of the meadow and the trees, it could have stood 10 yards off and left nothing I could see. I noticed one place where 2 weeds had been pushed down and crossed and then sprung slowly back while I watched. That could have been a raccoon, could have been me kicking them without noticing, could have been nothing. I kept my eyes on the height of the trees, trying to make sense of that too tall voice. It didn't help. We packed in a hurry, the way people pack when they don't want to make noise. No clanking. No talking. The tent went into the bag with all the grace of a fight. The cooler sloshed when I tipped it, and that made me jump. A crow flew low over the clearing and flapped hard enough that I ducked on reflex. It doesn't make sense writing that, but it's true. My head would not let go of the idea that something had been on top of me in the night, while I lay in a nylon bubble breathing like prey. The drive out was short but felt long. Gravel under the tires turned into pavement, and the normal world came back in like a TV switched to a different channel. I saw a dog on a porch in a yard and wanted to stop and ask it if it knew things. We got coffee at a gas station, the kind that tastes like metal and syrup, and I wrapped my hands around the cup too tight because they still had that shake. I didn't tell anyone at home the details. I said we heard something weird and left it at that. People turn weird into jokes fast. I didn't want it to be the kind of story that ends with somebody doing a howl for laughs. Months later, I was watching TV Late, one of those shows that strings together strange clips from places out west. Campers recording sounds they can't name, people pointing at trees like kids trying to show you what they drew. I wasn't paying close attention. The sound came out of it, and my whole body went cold the way it had that night. It wasn't exactly the same. The recording had wind and the guy talking over it, and you could tell they were in Oregon with big pines instead of oaks, but the shape of it was there. That hold, that flat strength without a crack in it, that ugly cut-off at the end like someone pinched the sound out with 2 fingers. The hair on my forearms rose and my scalp pulled tight, and I turned the volume down because my chest couldn't tell the difference between the TV and being back in that tent. It was some version of the same thing. That was worse in a way, because it told me I hadn't made it up. It told me it lives in more than one place. I've gone back to Scott County since. It's where people go when they don't want to spend money for a night and need trees and a picnic table. I don't camp the way I did. I don't lay the rain fly by the tent because it's hot. I don't leave the flashlight where I can't reach it without sitting up. I don't stand out in the open without a plan when the light is dying. The innocence is gone. That's the best way I can put it without trying to dress it up. I used to think the worst that could happen was a raccoon in the cooler or some kids making noise at midnight. Now, every weird sound gets a pedigree in my head, and a few I can't trace make my hands sweat. People ask what the worst part of that night was. It wasn't the first sound. It wasn't even the moment my body admitted it was too scared to unzip. It was the distance, less than 20 yards. That's my best guess. Close enough that I could have thrown a rock in the daylight and hit the spot. Close enough that if it had taken one step closer and breathed, I would have felt it on my face through mesh. Something big stood inside that ring and cut the night in half above us and left not a footstep or a crack I could hear. That ease of being and being gone is the part that makes me feel small. It ended fast. That's how these stories always do, and I wish they didn't, because maybe then I'd have a neat piece of evidence to hold up. 1 second, my hand was on the zipper, my breath in 4 counts, the tent poles trembling a little like they were afraid to make it worse. The next, there was silence, and then the small noises came back like nothing had happened. Morning arrived. We packed, we drove, and the whole night sat in me like a stone. I still don't have a word for it that doesn't sound like I'm asking for a punchline. I have the feeling of that sound running through me, the knowledge that it came from too high, and the plain fact that it was less than 20 yards away, and I would have seen it if nylon wasn't between us. Then it was over. Exactly like somebody reaching up and shutting off a radio, and there's nothing else. That's the end, and I've been carrying that cutoff ever since.